Hi, world. How are you doing? Welcome to the Assassination of Primarch Magli Blackice, one of our series that's set in the Shimmering Seas. Whoa, we've got a whole saga going on here. 3 shows in the same world, right? Whoa. And technically, if I'm right, there are 5 games in this world. Just only 3 of them are streamed. And all that good stuff. And they definitely affect each other in interesting and fun ways, as we are slowly seeing more and more of. There's some crossover potential that's happening right now. We'll see how to resolve all that. I don't know how to resolve all that, but we'll be figuring out how to resolve all that moving forward, as one does. So, for those who are keeping up, and I know that there's at least 2 of you, this show takes place slightly before last Sunday's show. Last Sunday, we had a group of people arrive in the Shimmering in Racy, the capital of Chalestra, and good for them. Glad they made it. This show probably takes place before that, and maybe during that, and maybe after that. We'll find out. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. But we're back, and I'm glad to be back, and with these wonderful and fantastic people. As always with me, I have Sarah. Wave your hand, Sarah. Faye. You can tell that Faye's waving their hand because their hand is being waved, but you can't. Oh my gosh, they're waving it from the other camera. Whoa, cool. And Nia. These are wonderful humans, and I have missed them sorely, and so I am glad to be playing with them. Guys, I know it's been a while, and so I hate throwing you on the spot like this, my friends, but did you write beliefs? Are you ready with your beliefs? Is everyone prepared for them? Then let's dive on in and see what that does. Sarah, you seem keen, so tell me, what does Thomas believe?
Oh my god, where do I start? No, I've got so much stuff for him to accomplish. Like, really, I had my pick of beliefs this week. But the one that's pressingly important to him right now is he needs to touch base with Zola, who generally, is overseeing temple affairs for the city, and let her know that he is about to need to peace out for a second in such a way that also doesn't imply that he needs to be replaced.
Yes, that is an important thing to do, because typically when people leave and ditch their responsibilities,
is it ditching if you're making sure that after all of this trouble, the city isn't trampled in 6 months? 5.5 months.
That seems like a really good point. I like that. That is a good point. Well, we'll have to see if you have enough. Can we call it political capital when it's religion? Religious capital? No, I think it is political capital. Do you have enough political capital to pull this off and a way of we're going about it? I'm excited to find out.
I hope so.
Me too. Because what would happen? Oh man, imagine if Thomas was replaced.
Okay, don't get excited.
Oh my gosh! Wow, that is exciting. No, I'm
He
excited.
could just run for office. It would be fine.
He could run for office. It would be fine. Yeah, we can look into the election system. We have. Do we have elections coming up?
I tell you what, he's about to write to Caliban in like a hot second about like, hey, so per the Grand Accord, what do we need to do to like sue for peace and for you guys to replace our Primarch? But that's neither here nor there.
That's interesting. I could be interesting. I will say that there is, well, spoilers for off-screen stuff that's happening. There is a group that has gone from the Grand Accord in order to attempt to enforce and create a peace between the Kava and Chalestra. They're in the process of working on that now. So we could find peace. Who knows? Could happen.
What?
Might be nice.
Crazy.
Yeah. The Chalestra is scary right now and a scary place to be. The Kava is also not the nicest of places and have some mixed feelings about things and all that good stuff. So we'll have to see how that all goes. I'm excited. And let's see what else we got. Faye, what's Juno's plan?
Hello. Juno has decided that she needs to get Tinia, who is currently the avatar of the plague right now, to get on her side. Not necessarily to join the new Order of the Ocean, but to at least be Juno's ally. So she's going to work towards that.
Interesting. Yeah, I can see that. That sounds like a lot of. That sounds really intriguing, and I'm excited to see you trying to do that. And Kaz, what about you? How's that belief coming?
Well, last I remember is I have this name written down that is Chundo Longbeard, and I think that's what that tells me is I was wanting to see the protest that was going to happen actually go off successfully. So I think I wanted to go and see Chundo, Harville's dad, to see how I can make that happen.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're involved in some sort of protest, and you want to make sure that protest is what? Successful in overthrowing the government?
Just so it can happen. It doesn't have to, have any results, but I think they're looking for more people.
Yeah, so they're looking for recruits. You want to make sure that they are successful in their quest for recruits. Excellent. Well, I look forward to seeing all of that. Truly. Race C was long ago seen as a glittering jewel of the Shimmering Seas. Chalestra, one of the most beautiful places, and Race C, the capital, and a place of knowledge and learning and study and beauty and fishing and religious architecture that is some of the most extravagant in the known world at the time. The Tuan Empire was very fond of very, very fond of Race C and treated it beautifully. It is since then something that has fallen into disrepair. First during the Chaos Wars when it was invaded by Sunera, and now under Primarch Magli Blackice's leadership, we have plague, we have war, we had a very bad night where the covering fell and people sort of went crazy. We've had declarations from the government that gods have gotten married, and war and community are now somehow linked in people's minds. And as a result, this place is not as beautiful as it once was. I think the first perspective we see, if it's okay, Thomas, I'd love to start with a flashback to your childhood. I don't know what this flashback is, but what's a memory that you have from before Sunera invaded of this city?
Would this be like, how far back do you want to go? I'm gonna burn him here, but he's got a lot of time, so
Yeah, I think Sunera invaded when you were in your late 20s, is my understanding.
really?
Yeah. Late 20s, early 30s-ish area. You're
Oh God.
50 something now. It was certainly towards the tail end of the Chaos Wars, but still,
Yeah, he's 69.
Oh,
Wow.
no, I'm wrong. Then we're talking late 30s, early 40s. I apologize.
Okay, that was more what I was thinking, because
Sorry,
that would have been like right around the time Oceana was
I got
born.
60 in my head rather than 69. Yeah, late 30s, early 40s. I apologize. So yeah, before this time, sort of towards the later era, like Chalestra was at war, so there was a decrease in resources, as it were. But certainly when you were younger, in your 20s, it was a great city to be in your 20s. When you were a kid, it was a great city to grow up in. You know. So what do you think you see? What do you think? What do you think we start with?
I mean, what I know I keep asking questions and like prompting, but like for all the ideas that I have about what his life has been like, coming up with a scene is being a little difficult. So like what's the mood? What kind of, like, do we want something about how the city used to be so great, or do we want something about...
I'm very open.
Okay.
Narratively, that is sort of what I was leaning into, but I
I
don't.
was so ready with my belief. Dang.
Sorry. And then I
No, it's good.
Memory.
Under the bus.
Well, I think in some ways for me, Thomas is, as a character, our link, our only link to what Chalestra was, right? Samhain came after all this. Juniper came during all this. Kaz came after all this. It's so you are our link to the Chalestra that was. In some ways, none of them have ever seen the city the way that you have. They've seen it get worse, but when they showed up, it was already in decline, for lack of a better word. So I'm looking for something from before, something, a happy memory, maybe a sad one, but it now has nostalgia eyes and makes it happy.
Okay. Well, this is so terrible. What was his favorite place to go as a kid?
I put you on the spot here. I'm really sorry.
It's okay. I'm just like, fuck. I'm trying to generate like
Don't worry about what I do with it, because I'm going to destroy it.
I'm worried about like what is going to make sense, or like I don't have like enough NPCs in the bank, and I don't know what would...
You can create new NPCs in the bank.
I'm trying so hard, but I'm blanking so hard as well.
Or it could be you and a fish.
What?
You know, it could be you and a fish. Like, it doesn't have to be an NPC. It doesn't have to be anything. I'm just looking for a moment. It could be you in a building. What about the first time you came into the temple or something like that?
Well, that would be when he was like a baby, because his family worshipped there, and they didn't expect him to take to it quite that hard. But I think as a kid, he and his friend Varese, who grew up on the same street, they would sneak out a lot, and this is gonna sound bad. They were kind of delinquents about it, but they would just kind of ramble like around the nighttime markets, trying to get people to buy them street food.
Like were you begging? Were you...
No, they were They were kind of the cool kids, like who kind of thought they were like more savvy than everybody else. So I don't know. Like that wasn't their sole objective, but they would just like hang out and like be out and like be part of the city when they were not supposed to be.
Yeah. So I think we get like this image of young Thomas and young Varese running around the night markets, kind of actually not running, kind of casually sauntering and joking and laughing and pointing at things. And the market is busy and crowded. It's intense. People are shouting, "What are you gonna have?" And everyone's just sort of doing their thing. There's all sorts of people there. There's humans, there's lizard folk, but there's elves and dwarves and kobolds and goblins, and there's a group of the Uri Kuri, the gnomish peoples that are here as well, and there's a couple of tieflings even, and everything is just like this chaotic thing, and you just have this vivid memory of someone just like shoving a fried fish in your face and saying, "2 for $1, 2 for $1."
I'm a little broke. Can we maybe do like maybe I can come by tomorrow and I can like pay you back. And I'll tell everyone I meet how fucking amazing this fish is.
Yeah, so I think that you're saying this, and as you're saying this, whether Thomas knows this or not is a different question, but you see Varese picking his pocket and stealing from this person.
Yep.
And he looks at you and says, "Oh, fine," and just like hands you a fish, but only one.
The best fish in the city, ladies and gentlemen. And he like grabs her wrist and pulls her off.
Yeah, and immediately like a crowd starts coming and back to like buy this fish. People hear your voice and they're attracted to it. There's some power already in the way that Thomas speaks. People are already hearing it, and so you've done this, you've tested this, and I think then our camera like looks around and just sees the sort of mad chaos around this person's shop, and Varese laughing, holding like some coins in her hands and jingling them, and you with your fish, and then suddenly the camera shifts, and we see this street as it is now. Some of the stalls are still out, but none of them are really occupied. Every once in a while, there's a person in there half-heartedly offering something. And there is people, or humanity, let's even say, let's be more generic, just lying about. Everything has sort of hit this city all at once. And people are very tired and don't know quite how to deal with it. Where are you headed, Thomas?
I mean, if he's walking down the street, I think he's probably headed back to the temple at some point. He was probably meeting with Thierry about distributing some of Kaz's donated food or how that's going. And he's heading back to the temple because that's where he is most hours of the day at this point.
Yeah. Okay. You make your way back to the temple. You step inside to this place that for you has been such a reprieve, and right now is serving as almost a more desperate reprieve for many peoples. You see the triage center, basically, as you enter.
I wonder what a couple people are up to, if they're easy to see or to find somehow.
Yeah.
Svapri, for one.
Yeah. Svapri is actually at your door, pacing back and forth.
Okay. Right. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. I wanted to see you about something. Please come in. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I had to meet with someone.
No, I didn't have a meeting. Hi.
Hey. How are you doing?
Have you heard?
I swear, if one more thing blows up in this city, what happened?
Well, the plague.
What about it?
Well, you know how we've been working here.
Yes, and I'm so terribly grateful. Honestly, your experience as an authority figure has been completely invaluable.
Yeah. Well, they got it.
Who?
Olka.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Where are they now? Are they lying down with everyone?
Mm-hmm. They wouldn't take a room. I wanted them to take a room. I figured you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, no, of course.
But they were no privileges. You know? What did you want to talk to me about?
Honestly, it was something that I probably shouldn't be asking of you right now. You need to
Please,
to focus your attention on your partner.
I need to be doing things.
Well, you might eat your words. I wanted to. I mean, what I was talking about. What you've been accomplishing here in, I mean, a place that initially rejected the both of you, and now at the expense of Olga's health, has been such a driving force. I mean, you've been so motivational, and I can't imagine a better person to have been delegating things and checking up on people. And I see you everywhere. It's like this is what you were born to do. I can see you in Brian so clearly.
I'm not there anymore.
Sorry?
I'm really glad I'm not there anymore. Even considering everything.
Well, it's clear that your gifts are going to follow you no matter where you are. And I was wondering, I know this is going to be might inspire a bit of panic, because I feel like I'm tied too tightly to everything going on here, like in people's minds, in terms of motivation, that is. But the city is in danger from more than what we're facing. The tidal wave that day, there's going to be another one in less than 6 months' time, and it's going to be followed by a creature so violent and foul, it's really not going to care to give this city any quarter as it passes through. I know people are going to ask how I know this.
It was how okay.
I need to. A ship is arriving here, and an opportunity to obtain something that would take care of it, not in 6 months, but now. And I don't know if the opportunity will come around again during that time period.
Do you want me to get on a ship?
No. This is something that I have to do myself.
Wait, you want to get on a ship?
Trust me, it sounds absolutely ludicrous. I know.
You're gonna leave?
I'm not going to leave. I have methods that I can use to communicate with people multiple times a day.
But
I wanted to talk to you about possibly becoming a deputy for the temple during that time.
Wait, you want me to take over for you for while you're gone?
It wouldn't be entirely on you. I don't intend to put a bullseye on your back, especially with everything that's happening now with Olga. But you clearly have this experience and this training, and it's in your bearing, Svapri, and you've done so much good here. I know that there are others in the temple who have an amount of seniority and who have actually taken vows, but everyone here seems to be running on fumes, and as much as I know that includes you, and I'm so grateful for what everyone is doing, they don't, pardon my French, they don't really have the knack for lighting fires under people's asses the way you do. I mean, you had Blackberry calling me high priest, for fuck's sake.
Okay.
The way I see it,
How long are you going to be gone?
I'm going to be communicating with High Priestess Zola during the course of the day and making a few recommendations, and one of them will be to give me 2 weeks' time, but if I'm not back in a month, to seek my replacement.
So this isn't permanent.
No.
And sorry, why wouldn't you be back in 2 weeks' time or a month or whatever?
Well, as you can imagine, a tool used to quell such a threat as I described has significant power, and therefore the place that it currently resides carries significant threat, as all children's stories seem to do.
Wait, you're... Okay.
I have some companions who will be traveling with me. I have an interest in seeing that the ship we're on makes it out of danger sufficiently, but one of my companions is able to teleport people, so that should cut the travel time in half, if she can take us straight back to the temple.
So you're leaving us for 2 weeks, and if you're gone for more than a month, we're going to assume you're dead. And you're leaving me in charge for those 2 weeks.
That was one of the things I wanted to discuss. Okay. There are priests like Brother Starsong, who knows the temple, yes, quite well. Okay. He's not an ambitious man, and he would rather be in the garden, or at least he probably would have before I destroyed all of his dreams and crumbled his world around him. But he'll be able to provide guidance, he and the others who have been here for a significant amount of time on the way things normally run, and should be able to carry on the usual rituals, blessing ships going in and out. Trade has been lessened, obviously, so hopefully that won't be too much for them to deal with. And my assistant Ivana as well. She has a gift for administration and would certainly prove to be a useful resource.
Sure.
So between the three of you, and we can communicate further before I head out about, what a normal day would look like. And additionally, as I was mentioning, I'll require all of you to get some sleep at some point, because I'll be able to check in via your dreams on a daily basis. So we'll keep that line of communication open, and I'll be able to provide at least an amount of advice.
Is this a power that Tamden grants you?
Believe it or not, it's a gift from a friend.
Okay.
But that is how I see things. However, with this new information regarding Alka, I understand if this is too much to take on.
No. Honestly, Alka would be mad if I didn't take you up on it. No, I'm happy to help, but Thomas, And he looks up at Swapper looks up at you and says, "Yeah, you really have to come back. Okay?"
If only you had any conception of how leaving the city has caused me to drag my feet kicking and screaming in the past. I promise there is nowhere I would rather be than Racy. It's
No, I meant
my,
that you have to survive.
Sorry?
You have to survive. You're just not allowed. Okay?
I understand.
I know that you like minimize your importance a lot, and I get that. But even before you were made High Priest of Tamden, like, people already were talking about you.
I mean, when you've been around as long as I have, certain things become urban legends.
You're minimizing it again. No, you're more than that. We have a pact among the people here in the temple to not show you this.
Oh, it's juicy? Show me.
Yeah, he pulls out a newspaper. And in it, there's like
French fries?
a political cartoon.
Damn.
And it has Chalestra, right? And it's like labeled Chalestra. But the drawing, even though it says Chalestra, is just a literal drawing of you.
Is it a good drawing?
It's a cartoon drawing. It's not bad.
But it's not like insulting.
No, definitely.
Did they get his good side? I think Thomas is tearing up. And he hands it back because, like, looking at it is overwhelming. Well, that was quite right of you all to not show me. Clearly, this will now go to my head, and I shall soar off into the skies.
So come back, okay? People think that you are Racy or Chalestra.
In the sense that, I mean, only in the sense that I suppose I've been trying to promote everything that is good about this community and in this city, and I know what it looks like when it works. And it's people supporting each other, all kinds of people, and I swear if we only had a stronger situation like that without people at each other's throats and more willing to make sacrifices to protect their neighbors, I'm sure that confronting all of this would not be half as difficult as it is.
Sure, you're right. So,
don't worry, I won't leave this on your shoulders, I promise.
No, of course. If you have to, you have to. I'm here to help. I should ask you though, it's really not right timing, but Alka wanted to know what it takes to become ordained here.
They honor us, truly. We can definitely have some conversations about that. In fact, if it keeps them from getting too bored, we can have some priests who are heavy on the mentoring aspect of things go and sit with them and have some conversations about it. We can, keep them occupied with that in the meantime. That'll be fun.
Yeah, that would be wonderful. I really appreciate that. Okay, well, I'm gonna... Actually, and he points at your desk at a pile of papers and says, "Are those things that I'm going to be responsible for in a couple of weeks?"
Yes, the ship is going to be arriving in the next couple of days, and I assume they'll have some business here. But
I'm going to start
you
going
know,
through this now. Okay.
yeah, that's probably good. Again, I'm going to speak with Brother Starsong and with Ivana, and then I think we should all speak about what this looks like, or what it will look like if the High Priestess decides to have some faith in us and sign off on it. But I believe that this is something that can definitely work, and we'll make sure you're as prepared as possible.
Yeah, I'm just going to start going through this stuff. Okay.
Yeah, help yourself.
Just like picks up all of your papers off your desk and starts walking away.
I mean, you can set up camp in the office too if you want. The chair goes up and down a little bit. Yes, I know it's from Avarak. It's crazy.
Cool. Okay.
Thomas has been in the habit of scrubbing all of his communication and giving things to Mercury to conceal in his hoard with Ivana hanging out. So it hopefully should not be anything sensitive in there.
On the roof right now. Okay, perfect. Yeah, beautiful. Let's go check in with Kaz.
Okay. Here I am.
How you doing?
You know, just vibing.
Sounds good. Where are you headed?
Well, I think where it starts out is back home. There's probably a bit of a pep talk happening, like, okay, I should go in disguise. I should probably go in disguise. If I don't go in disguise, I'm definitely exposing other people and myself to danger. But yeah, no, we're gonna go as myself. So,
Yep.
And with that, I will head over to where Chundo Longbeard is, which I don't remember where. I think it was near the docks, maybe.
Yeah, that sounds sure. Because I strongly. Yeah, Chundo Longbeard near the docks. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, Chundo Longbeard is a dwarf. And what are you looking for from him? Right? Or is he a dwarf or is he a what is?
He's Harville's dad. Harville's a dwarf too, right?
Yeah, Harville's a dwarf. Yeah, so Chundo's a dwarf too. Yeah. So Chundo's a dwarf, and I think you head down to the dock area and you see him like handing out pamphlets.
I will.
No one's taking them.
I will go and take a pamphlet.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it says exactly what you'd expect it to say, right? Our rights are language of pamphlet writing, right? Which is like a big block letter writing system that you state things in the most extreme passion. And he looks at you and says, "Are you interested in such things?"
I am. In fact, I think we should maybe talk, maybe not out in the open like this.
Sure. I have a office I'm working out of.
Yeah, that sounds good.
2-minute walk.
Yeah. I'm Kaz.
Oh, sorry, I'm Chundo.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I knew that.
Of the Long.
Yes. Your son works for me.
Which one?
The Harville, that one.
Harville has a job?
Yeah, that's a...
He's probably wasting his money on romantic partners.
I mean, he can do what he wants with his money, but he does do his job well.
Well, that's good to hear. I'm glad that he's not a total layabout. I guess that's why he hasn't been sleeping on his mother's couch. Well, this is my office. Points and gestures. Come on in. He opens the door. It's a little short. It's actually made for shorter folk.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about the ceiling. It's we don't. It's easier to clean when the ceiling's not so high off the ground.
No, it's great. I've never gotten such a good view of the ceiling before.
Sorry
This is
about
great.
that. Chairs are also probably a little short for you, but make yourself comfortable. Can I get you I have a kombucha.
You know, do you have water maybe instead?
Don't think that's a good idea. Certainly you've heard.
Oh, right. I totally right. I knew that. I'm good. You know, I'm not thirsty.
Oh, okay. Wait, do you mind if I have one?
No, you can you can drink or eat whatever you'd like.
He goes and grabs a kombucha and puts a mug on the table and puts another one out for you and just pours kombucha into his and like puts a half kombucha flagon next to you, like and next to a mug, and like if you want it, it's there.
Do you really like that stuff?
Of course. It's delicious.
Okay. Well, you
Do you
know,
not? Where are you from?
around, you know.
Oh,
Anyways. So I have been in talks with a certain individual named, I don't know if you know them, Tiri. That's how I actually heard.
sure. The homeless person, right?
Yes. But also much more than that. But this is how I heard of all this going on. And I was looking to help while I was trying to find resources. I was told that you were the person to go to.
Resources for
This
hungry?
upcoming. No.
For what?
For this upcoming gathering.
Oh,
You know,
well, I mean, I'm sure that there'll be some people at the gathering. We always get a little bit of a crowd.
right. But from my understanding, we're wanting a bit of a bigger crowd.
Sure, it'd be nice. You know, we do our best, though. I mean, I'm getting the word out. I'm handing out pamphlets. I've handed out some work today so far.
Yeah, that's 4 might not be the best, the greatest. Maybe we should aim for a little bit more.
Well, I mean, last time I only handed out 3, so 4 is better.
Yeah, progress is so good, and I'm super proud of you, but maybe we could aim a little bit higher than that.
What are you thinking?
Well, my thought was that it'd be good to maybe start spreading the word amongst the working class, you know, people who work for nobles might be extra fed up, um, which was my original idea. And then when I came up with that, I was told to come to you, so I was hoping you might know where to go.
You want to get in touch with, like, people who work for nobles?
Someone maybe who would be better at getting the word around than just you handing out pamphlets in the dock.
I mean, I know people, but like, they're different, right? They have jobs. They're not. Their concerns aren't our concerns.
Well, you don't know that.
I mean, I think I do.
I mean, perhaps they would still be interested.
How? I mean, what do you mean?
I mean, this concerns all of us, doesn't it?
What does? What do you think this is about?
Well, from what I understood, Tiri said this was about not wanting to get drafted.
Sure, but the draft only affects those without jobs.
Okay, well, you know, they have loved ones, they have family members.
You think they'd support us?
Why not?
Yeah, roll a persuasion check.
Okay. An 8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he looks at you and he's like, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I guess generally speaking, I think that most people who are employed and working for nobles aren't inclined to be super worried about the likes of us who are unemployed and not working for nobles.
Okay, that's fair. Maybe that idea is a dead end. But I think we still have to look for another way to kind of, I mean, we want to get a bigger crowd.
Sure, that would be nice. I mean, I'm against the draft. I wouldn't mind a bigger crowd.
Yeah. You don't have any other ideas, perhaps? I can help. I'm resourceful.
Well, what do you do?
Well, I work for Lady Iria out
So
of
you
her
work for no.
guard. I do.
So your purpose in coming here and telling me to recruit the people who work for the nobles is like the purpose is to recruit you?
No, perhaps I misunderstood the draft and I did not realize it did not apply to people who are employed. So that is my bad.
Well, then, like, we're not allies, are we? Like, what are your concerns? Politically speaking, obviously. I'm not talking about, like, whatever. But, like, what are your concerns?
My concerns are the people's concerns. I've been trying to do more, and I find myself limited in what I can do. I've spent the last couple weeks um, giving what food I can. I can conjure food, but I find that that is not enough. So I was hoping that this might be something I can do.
So you want to, like, I don't know. I feel like I don't get where you're coming from because, like I know what I'm about, right? I'm for this, against that, whatever. But I'm trying to figure out what you're about. Like, what do you want? What do you? Who are you? Who are you?
Wow, that's you're coming on really strong. I'm Kaz. Like I said, I'm here. I want to help the people of Racy. Everyone is struggling right now with everything going on, and I'm sitting here with this power that I have. I want to put it to good use, really. That's all it is. And I don't know where to go or where to start. So my only idea is to go directly to people like you and ask, what can I do?
So you're like playing at revolutionism? Is that your idea? Like you have literally the magic power to feed yourself and are here to like feel good about being able to feed yourself magically?
If that is the attitude you want to take with this, that's okay by me. You can
I'm just
question
trying to get a
my.
feeling on where you're coming from.
All right. Well, I do have the power to feed myself, but I do not use that power for that purpose. Like I said, it's the strongest ability that I have, and I've been expending it for the sake of other people, not myself. And not doing it to feel good about myself. I'm doing it because it's what I should do.
Yeah, roll a persuasion check.
Oh boy. 13.
Yeah. All right. I believe you. I just look, I'm gonna be honest. Sorry, Kaz was your name?
Yeah.
I get people coming in saying that they want to help regularly, like often, and then they walk away.
That's fair.
They see what the work is and they think like, I'm above this, or this is beneath me, or if this is what it means to not be under the thumb of nobles, I'd rather be under the thumb of nobles. You know?
Wow. Um, I can see that happening, and I can see where you've you're coming from. I don't really know how to convince you that I've been put through my paces. I've been degraded already, hit the lowest of lows. I don't think there's any work that I would turn my nose up at.
Are you human?
Am I what?
Human?
No, I'm
You
not.
just have a look about you that makes you look not quite human.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not human.
Cool. Okay. Well, sorry about that. I was sort of putting you through your paces, making sure that you were serious. No, here, come. And he like stands up and walks back and opens a door. And you hear like people arguing and fighting and debating. And he says, "This is the nerve center of the revolution. Uh, we're not just trying to stop the draft." And he opens the door and walks in. Come on.
All right.
And you hear people shouting, "Oh, Chundo's here! Chundo! Come in, come and settle the debate." And he says, "Guys, this here is Kaz." And he looks at you. "I didn't get your preferred pronouns."
She, her.
She's interested in helping out with the revolution. And someone raises a middle finger and says, "Screw Magli Blackice!" And then everyone echoes as if this is like a common thing that is said here often.
Screw Magli Blackice.
Yeah. So, and he just goes around the room and names everyone. He says, "We don't have like a fancy name or nothing, but we're just people who are interested in reallocating the power. It seems to us like Blackice stole the power, took it. Just when when our previous leader," and everyone sort of bows their head for a second, was killed in that explosion. Magli took the power, but that is a bad way of running a government. We didn't realize when the laws were written, no one knew that like that was the way that was going to go. It was a total flop and a mistake and like a disaster. So what we need is a new constitution, and that is what the people in this room are working on. We're creating a new set of laws, a new constitution, and we are trying to drum up support from the people by finding those issues that are real important to people, wedge issues, things that focus energy and intent and push them towards something. And we're trying to get what people think about these issues understood and clear so that we can then funnel them directly into this new document, this new constitution that we can then write for ourselves. Something that's truly written by us,
Yes, this is what I was hoping to find when I came to see you. This is what's needed.
Yeah. So feel free to join in on the debate. There's plenty of kombucha. There's also some fried fish as well in the back always if you want. We keep it pretty well stocked. Feel free to weigh in on any of the debates you want. We are trying to get a bigger crowd. Do you have any thoughts about how we can get a bigger crowd for this? We're always trying to get a bigger crowd because we want more opinions. The more voices that we hear, the more likely that we can actually create something that people believe in.
Well, that's where I'm kind of lost. I feel like I've been out of touch as of late. I've been tied up with the higher politics of things, but I mean, Thierry's been working on feeding people. If we can get people fed, get people their basic needs met, maybe they would be more willing or more in the position to actually show up to something like this.
That's not a bad idea. Yeah, that seems good. What do you think about that, Jacko? And someone looks up and says, "Yeah, I think that's a great idea. We should figure about that. Maybe if we ran some sort of food drive support and with it handed out pamphlets for the event. What do you think about that?" Someone else like speaks up about that as well. Like things keep going, right? This just they're like a talking bunch. They're very fond of talking.
All right. Well, this is getting somewhere.
Yeah, it is. What was that thing? Hey, you might be interested in talking to this goblin over here. Your name is Minko, is that right? And goblin woman stands up and says, "Yeah, yeah. You were telling me about something that you heard about in Pryan, right? Yeah, 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 yeah. There's this there's this place, see, that adventurers are going into, right? And it's like all scary and stuff. And there's like this adventurer there who came up with this idea, and I thought it might be like a cool idea that we could like maybe find a way to apply here. I don't know quite how it works, but his idea was that uh, everyone sort of gets together and like agrees to help each other out. Like there's a room there that has like a bunch of skeletons, and every time people go into the tomb, like we lose people to the skeletons. And this adventure, they had this idea like, what if we all got together and teamed up and destroyed all the skeletons? Then none of us would have to worry about that, you know?
Yes.
Do you think if like there's a cool way to apply that to like a not adventuring situation?
Well, I mean that's kind of what we're working on right now, is it not? We're getting people fed, taking care of their needs, and then we'll come together and face another challenge together.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that is kind of what we're doing right now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Huh. Weird.
Sure.
Yeah. So what are you looking to accomplish here?
Well, really at this point, probably just ironing out any logistics. We're talking about a food drive, so if I can get best opinions on like where should we do it, like what is needed from me, like I can cast a only a certain amount of
Yeah,
spells and a certain amount of
people
food.
being there handing out things is helpful too, right? It's
Yeah.
the work on the ground always matters. It's not always the most fun thing to roleplay, so we probably won't do all the role playing of that.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, I think that's what happens if you're okay with it. You came up with an
Sure.
idea for a food drive, and yeah, they point you to the right places. They point you to places where people are actually hungry, places where people are struggling, and you end up, and there's a couple different places that come up. But you all end up deciding and agreeing on one and go there. You help generate some food. There's a lot of other people here who are bringing food and supplies, and like they hand out food and pamphlets, and you do this.
All right.
Yeah, beautiful. Okay, Juno, hi.
Hello.
How you doing?
Oh,
Yeah,
uh,
thank you.
getting by. Yeah, Juno, I think, would have started her day bright and early by casting a non-detection spell on herself
Mhm.
with her special wand, which makes it double, double the duration.
Mhm.
Hey, so she is going to go, and since it's close to, I think it's been close to a few days, like it's
Sure.
right on the cusp of Oceana showing up with
Yeah,
everything.
time wibbly wobbly. Sure, it can be whatever.
Yeah, I think she would try to meet with Tinia again.
Yeah, absolutely. So you agreed to meet with her on some day, and that day is today. Conveniently.
Awesome.
And you're meeting her back at the tea shop. Is that where you're? Sorry, at the where are you meeting her?
I was meeting her at the tea shop initially, but she's gonna see if they can go somewhere else to chat.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Well, you head to the tea shop, and as always, your friend is there. But he sees you and nods and continues to sip his tea, knowing that you're welcome to join him if you so desire. And yeah, so you are there. Are you waiting outside? Are you waiting inside? Or are you're going somewhere else, obviously? So I just wanted to.
Um, yeah, I might have gotten some scones or something from the cafe
Mhm.
and be standing outside with them, just waiting for her with the scones.
Yeah. So she walks up and she looks at you and she kind of sneers.
Hey, do you like scones?
What?
I got two. You should take one.
Why'd you get two?
Because I was meeting with someone and it's rude to eat while they're staring at you.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay. And she like reaches out. But her hand is not like, okay, I'll take this one. It's like claw, you know?
Yeah, no, she gives it to her. I was thinking about it, and the last time I had us meet here, but this is a place where I'm comfortable, and I was wondering if there was a place that you would be more comfortable talking privately. You know, where you know the whole layout and feel safer.
I'm not gonna bring you into my like home.
No, not asking you to do that.
I don't
Somewhere
know you.
else.
Oh, I see. You're looking for like a neutral ground that I'm more comfortable with than this neutral ground.
Yes.
Okay. And she turns and starts walking away.
Okay, she'll join her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And she walks about it's about a 20-minute walk before you get to a building. And this building is a mausoleum of some sort.
Oh wow.
And she walks inside and walks down a long hallway on the side. And there's like this weird place. It's clearly meant to be pseudo-religious, but also like a lot of people come here to be religious, and a lot of people come here to watch people be religious. And so there are also very comfy chairs and a table with a flower on it. And
Okay.
she
And
sits.
are there people around?
Not here.
Not here.
No.
Um.
There might be. You saw a caretaker on the way in.
Yeah. Would you be all right with me casting a spell so that people don't look in on our conversation?
Why?
Because it could implicate you.
She nods.
Okay. So I'm going to do a variation of my usual spell.
I'll warn you up. This is a trick. I'm gonna.
Yeah, you're good. So I'll explain what the spell does as I'm doing it, you know. So I'm doing a variation of the spell, so people can still see us where we're sitting, because if they can't, then that's suspicious.
Okay.
They can still vaguely hear us, but it sounds like we're talking very softly.
Cool.
And they can't look in on us with any, like, you know, secret sensors or anything, which means that even people who are looking out for me wouldn't be able to see.
Sounds good.
Yep. So she'll explain that as it happens. It happens.
Mhm.
And she goes, "This is just for basic safety."
Your form of basic safety is most people's form of high-level abjuration magics.
Yep. And there's a reason for that. But first, actually, what I wanted to do was apologize. Not necessarily for all of my behavior last time, but specifically for when I started lecturing very obnoxiously. In a lot of ways, that was that was me lecturing myself in a way, and I shouldn't have subjected you to that, because the things that I do also involve people. It changes their lives in a way that their lives wouldn't have been changed otherwise. And the way I see it is, right now, I have a certain amount of power in that I know who you are connected with and what you have done with them. And I wanted to balance that a little bit so that you have something over me.
Okay.
Just so you know that I'm not here to hurt you. And
You're
that
giving
even
me
if I
power over you so that I know that you're not here to hurt me.
Yeah, because I mean, I could
What prevents me from hurting you?
nothing really.
I don't
I
get
mean, people could retaliate against you, but I've already, you know, made notes saying please don't retaliate if I die in any given state. But
I don't get that. What are you doing?
okay, so I learned about the story that you gave me before, that you told me about that person.
Sure.
Well, I learned a little bit more about them.
Why?
And because you told me to.
Okay.
And I found out who they were and who their parent was.
It's not really any of your business.
In a way, no. But there was a slight similarity in that, what I'm doing could influence them in a way. Because I am part of an organization that is trying to remove the people who did that from power. We were already planning on it before I knew about this.
Don't worry about it.
So if we were to say we were going to say...
They'll die soon enough.
You mean from the plague?
Yeah.
No, he won't.
Can't stay away from it forever. And I can funnel more energy and more power into this. I can make it faster if I need to.
But, if it comes down to it, he'll leave. He has to. He is incredibly powerful people in his
I'll
life.
expand it further. There's nowhere he can run. The disease can't catch up to him.
Well, not if we catch up with him first.
I'm just saying you don't have to bother. I've got you covered if that's what you want.
See, I was about to say the exact same thing to you.
I'm good.
So...
And?
Sorry. Faye is thinking.
Sorry.
So... I guess I'm a little more focused on... Like, for instance, a little while back, a tidal wave could have destroyed the city. In the process of that, it definitely would have killed Magli Blackice. This was very recently.
Would have been a little too fast for me, but I guess it works.
Yeah. And again, would have been too fast. And would have killed a lot of unnecessary people.
Sure.
People who were just in the way.
Okay. What people?
Usually just regular people, people who don't have power.
What?
Well, people who don't have the kind of power that he does. Ordinary people.
Oh, citizens. Yeah, citizens, they're guilty too. This is their fault. They put him in power. Each and every person here is responsible for that.
Well, didn't they put Illumina Starborn in power?
Yeah, and now Magli's in power. I don't get it.
He's only in power because Illumina Starborn was killed.
No, he's in power because that's how the laws work that these people made.
They weren't aware that it would lead to that, though.
Okay.
And she was assassinated. Somebody was behind that.
Sure.
Well, wouldn't it be better to take him and all of his people out of the picture, replace it with something else?
Why? I feel like you're trying to make an argument that like the world, like people are a good thing to it.
And are you just kind of saying that everyone dies and you're just kind of by yourself?
Why would I live?
Why would you want to die?
I don't really care. I don't like this. Doesn't. You are speaking gibberish as far as I can tell.
Well, it's kind of like
She's like looking at you really curiously. Like she can kind of sense that you're trying to make a point, but like it's a little bit like off the wall. It's a little bit like she's kind of looking at you like the way that sort of people look at like physicists or something when they're explaining high level physics, and they're like, so like why does any of this matter? You know, like, oh yeah, that is really interesting. There is a connection there. Why do anyone care beyond the fact that it exists? Like, what? Like that's the appearance that you're getting. That's the vibe you're getting.
okay. Oh gosh, I need to look up like positive nihilism because then she could go with that. I know nothing matters. All right. She's gonna slowly pull up the meme of that '90s dude with the backwards baseball cap. Start playing "They Might Be Giants" in the background. Yeah. So I think she'll put it in the sense of it. So it is hard to explain why life matters to somebody who genuinely doesn't care about their own, which is kind of sad.
I don't want to go too far into that direction, if that's okay. Just for
yeah. I think she'll put it in a metaphor kind of way. She's going to go with a tree. With the concept, I know, with the concept of these massive trees that have lived for hundreds to thousands of years, and how if you were to cut them open and look inside, you would see that they had survived plagues and fire and lightning and floods and various forms of rot throughout their lives, but those ended up just being very small, tiny circles in the rings that make the tree, and they're still there and they're still a part of it.
Cut it open, it died.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying,
cutting open of the tree, that's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's the thing that's done by people.
And that's why, but
people cut open trees. We're the problem.
But not all people cut open trees. I mean, you hear about Sunara, people worship trees there. Well, not worship, they respect them.
Sure,
trees are
but all the logging is based in Sunara too.
Yeah. Well, it has to be sustainable. If it's not sustainable, then the whole ecosystem is messed up.
Oh, okay. So we can cause pain as long as it is sustainable pain. That's your argument.
No, that's not.
I'm really sorry, Faye, that I am being so...
You only take what you can give back, I guess. Hold on. What's the term? Equivalent exchange.
Oh no!
What cannot erase matter without? Okay, no. Okay. Yeah, she's gonna offer the that option as well. It's gonna become a bit of a
I think you guys have a philosophical debate.
Yeah.
We'll have that. And I'm going to have you, because you believe that this is a persuasion check, make a persuasion check. And I think that if you succeed on this persuasion check, we will have one tick in the track towards positive thinking. And if you fail on this persuasion check, we'll have one more tick on the doom thinking.
Come on, I can do it. I have inspiration?
I believe so, probably. Did you mark it?
I didn't. I don't know. I can't see what I did.
That's fine. Sure. I assume you have inspiration. Inspiration is not impossible to get in this game.
Yeah, let me see. Sorry, I have to scroll all the way down. Well, no, it doesn't matter because I got a 20.
Nice. I'll take it. Yeah, that's definitely a success. So you leave, like, I think the correct thing to do here is to have you leave, like, frustrated and annoyed, because this was a frustrating and annoying conversation, but you have made at least a small impact.
Okay.
Sorry, leave is a strong word. Over the course of the conversation, you become frustrated and annoyed, but you do have a small impact. You get like a, that's interesting to one of your points, as opposed to like, why? Yeah.
Gotcha. And one thing I will want to do is be like, well, one thing I don't want to repeat is I just kind of assumed what scone you liked. For next time, what kind of food do you like?
What?
Well, what kind of food do you like?
I eat a lot of cookies.
What kind of cookies?
There's this exotic thing from Prion. They call it chocolate.
Chocolate.
You
Okay.
ever heard of it?
She probably has.
There's some, I've been told in like Eastern Sonera they have like a hot version of it or something, but that seems weird to me.
I can try it. I can try to make it.
I mean, I don't feel obligated. I'll take a scone.
Okay, but I know someone from Prion. I might be able to get some chocolate. Okay. I'll see if I can get some chocolate cookies for you.
Sure, but don't worry if you can't. Just not a salad, okay?
Yeah. No. Okay. No salad. We're good.
Yeah.
I'll bring cookies next time.
Okay.
All right. Well, stay safe. I'm gonna head out.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, I want to give you a bonus roll here, another persuasion check. This one can only be positive, so roll again.
It's a 6.
Yeah, so it doesn't end up mattering at this point, but you never know. Maybe it'll certainly make them more inclined towards you in the future.
Okay.
So we had that was quite a struggle, and I apologize for the difficulty of that struggle a little bit. They are very, very far gone mentally, right?
Yeah.
And as people that are very, very far gone mentally can be, as is often the case with even myself. I'm not, definitely this character is not in any way, shape, or form based on personal experience. It is hard to see out.
Yeah.
And so that is what we were simulating there, and I hope that was done in a way that was engaging. Even
yes.
Sometimes.
It was. Juno's gonna stock up on chocolate.
Nice. Sounds good. Yeah. Who's your friend from Brian?
Well, I thought. Oh wait, no, that's not Salwin, is it?
No.
No. Oh gosh.
Salwin is a friend from Brian. Oh no, Salwin has a friend who's in Brian.
Right.
And a friend who is from Brian who is now unfortunately passed away.
Right.
Sorry.
What about the bakery?
Sure. Yeah. You want to go to the bakery?
Yeah, I'll go to the bakery and see if they have chocolate or know where to get chocolate.
Yeah. So I think you walk into the bakery and the baker shouts, "Blackberry! Oh, Juno! Hi. Sorry, I haven't seen Blackberry in a while."
Hi. Yeah. No. Blackberry's doing okay.
Good. He's at the temple still?
Yeah, he's still helping out. He's really ingratiated himself. Everyone really respects what he's doing.
Great. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I someone was looking for him and I sent them over there, but that's great. That's wonderful. What can I do for you, Juno?
Well, I was wondering, and I am not, this is just for my own personal baking. Do you know if there's any place where I can get chocolate?
Sure. Do you want scones? Do you want cookies? Do you want croissants?
Um, like,
I know you're from Sonera, so Blackberry showed me how to make croissants.
oh yeah, no, croissants are great. I just had one recently. It's pretty amazing. Um,
Fluffy, very weirdly fluffy and flake. How I don't know how things can be fluffy and flaky simultaneously, but they do it. But yeah, we've started filling them with some prime spices.
yeah. So if it's okay, maybe like, do you have any just plain chocolate that I can use for? Because I have a friend who likes chocolate cookies, and I wanted to learn how to make them.
Of course, yeah. Um, do are you pause for a second? Technically, I am not legally allowed to sell you chocolate wholesale. I have to process it before I
Right.
can sell it to you. I could put you in touch with my supplier, which would mean some things, or or just proposing this here, I could give it to you, and you could make a donation.
I could do that.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, I could do that.
Excellent. Well, let me provide you with this gift of chocolate.
And let me provide you with this donation to help your small business.
Yes, of course. Excellent. And like he goes to the back and comes back with a tray of chocolate and like hold on, and he grabs like a ribbon and ties a bow on it,
That's amazing.
and then hands it to you.
Thank you so much. This
Yes.
is such a sweet gift.
Hmm.
I'll tell Blackberry you were asking about him.
Oh yes. No worry. I'm glad that he's doing good work there. And I'm glad that he's beloved. I miss him. It was nice having him underfoot, despite the crazy experiments. Um, you're gonna want to take a like heavy blade and pound that a little bit.
Okay.
If you're turning it into cookies, you don't really want to. You kind of want to. You want to put like chunks in the cookies.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that because honestly I was just gonna cover them in flour and see what happens. So I appreciate that.
No, just do you have a good cookie base recipe that you
Yeah,
use? How often
yeah.
do you big enough?
I mean, I make scones, so cookies are like thin scones.
I'm gonna hold on. He like turns around and grabs a piece of paper and starts writing down instructions, and then hands you the piece of paper and says, "There you go."
Thank you. I will not tell anyone your secret. And I'm just gonna hide it in her purse, and head on out, and just add an extra coin to the
Yeah. And I think with that moment, with that scene, we will take our break, and we will be back shortly, people. Probably in about 10 minutes.
Yay.
Hello, everyone. We're back. We're sharing news and shooting the shit because, hey, it's fun to talk to your friends and people are cool to chat with. And sometimes people are interesting and fun. And guess what? Behind the scenes, we kind of like each other. It's a whole thing. Yeah, so that's like a whole thing. And so I think normally I take this moment to suggest that you help other people, but actually today, I think really what I'm going to suggest that you do is spend time with your friends and talk to them and listen to them and hear them and have them hear you. That is beyond self care, it is mutual self care. And that is a beautiful and powerful and important thing because everyone's life is hard as fuck. Most people's life is hard as fuck right now. And probably your friends' lives are hard as fuck right now. And take the time to go help them by listening. And they will help you by listening as well. It's friendship. It's nice. Just a suggestion. A powerful one at that. If you are enjoying our content, then come check out some of our other stuff. We've got shows 3 times a week right now. We've got shows on Thursday mornings where people in Prion are dealing with alien spaceships that have crashed Earth. What? Alien spaceships that have crashed into the planet? What? Who could have seen that coming? What? And also cool doing science experiments with weird materials and trying to figure out what they do and how they function and what they mean and where they're from and all sorts of stuff like that. We've got this show, our show that you're watching right now. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. We're fighting fascists. It's fun. And on Sundays, we've got our other show. It's called The Chosen Few. And right now, well, they're about to fight fascists because they have just landed in Ray C and want to help. Or maybe not help. I don't know. Depends. They've got a couple of conflicting instructions there, and we'll see what that all turns out into. Because someone, and by someone, I do mean specifically Sarah, created an NPC to be their character's daughter, Thomas's daughter, who's a little bit conniving and a little bit greedy and may or may not be not entirely a good person.
All I'm hearing is really great at her job, so...
I mean, that is 100% true. She is definitely the best at her job. So anyway, check out some of our other content. We've got lots of it. You can also check out our YouTube channel, Sagas of the Shimmering Sea, on YouTube. Woohoo! Follow, subscribe, like, whatever. Do the thing. And with that, let us return to Ray C. It has started to rain over the course of the day. Light drizzle, not the worst one, but rain is not a good thing because rain in general means that the wells will be pushing the water up, which means that the water that is the cause or source of the sickness may partially be diluted. If there's enough of it, it may also expand and start infecting other parts of the city. It's a problem. So let's start this time with Kaz. Hi, Kaz. How you doing?
Hello. I'm here.
What do you want to do?
Well, is it like the end of the day, just about?
What would you like it to be?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Because really all I have on my agenda is just to keep preparing for this, and if we've done the food drives, I've handed out food.
Let's see how well the food drive went from your perspective. I'm going to use you as a tulpa for the whole political movement. So I think that we need a skill check from you to represent the movement.
Okay.
What skill do we think is most appropriate to convincing people and or dealing with people in such a way that they will want to engage in a revolution, or at least engage in coming to a revolution? I think I'm going to go with insight.
Insight.
Yeah, so the higher you roll, the more successful this thing.
Not charisma. My better stat.
I don't think... I mean, here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
My experience is that later on, when you're turning a movement into action, it is charisma.
Yeah.
But early on, it is really the act of empathy more than anything else. And that's really more reading and getting where people are at so you can figure out how to help them, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's fair. I just have a much better charisma. But let's see. I do have an inspiration from our beach episode.
Nice.
That I will use right here, right now. for this.
Let's do this thing.
12. Cool.
Nice. Cool. Steps in the right direction. Yeah, I think as with all movements, it starts slow. But it is something, and it is certainly more than it would have been without you. And certainly you are now a presence in this movement, which forces it to be more. I really appreciate it, by the way. I just wanted to call this out that we got to see a little bit into Kaz's mind as she debated whether or not to go as herself or not, which I thought was really fun and interesting. Okay, let's fast forward today then. How about that? Is that okay?
Sure.
Let's see this rally.
Yeah. I think the only other preparations I would probably do is Laka is going to be there. It's going to be my extra set of eyes and ears.
Of course.
If any of the guards want to go voluntarily and work with me, that'd be cool. But I wouldn't convince them. I'd just say, do you want to go? Yes or no?
Yeah, I actually think that Harville comes up to you in the evening the night before and says, boss?
Yeah.
Look, I wouldn't normally ask for this, especially when you give me all this like responsibility and stuff, but there's this like a protest tomorrow that my father's kind of involved in.
No way.
Can I really want to go and just show support.
Did you get my scarf?
Yeah, and he like turns and runs into the room and comes back and hands it to you. You notice that he has like a pretty big bruise on his cheek.
Okay, awesome. Do you know who's gonna replace you? Watch over Lady Iria.
Yeah. I was gonna have Tommen lead it. He's the one who's the most responsible and together.
All right, well, sounds good. I guess I will see you there.
Oh, you're going?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sure, great. I'll see you there. Thanks, boss.
Nope. I'm glad you're going.
Yeah. So he goes and gets Tommen, and Tommen agrees to take the shift or whatever, and blah, blah, blah. And you offer it to the guards. And do you offer the guards here, or the guards at the guardhouse, or what are you doing?
The ones that I work with, so with Lady Iria's estate.
Perfect. Yeah. So a bunch of them agree to come help out and keep an eye on things. It's not like a huge team, right? Because it's one person that's getting protection, but it's day shift, night shift, and day shift, night shift, third morning shift, and third watch. There you go. Which is like the 4 things, and they're each 2, so we've got 8 people, and I think like 6 agree to go with you.
Okay. And the last thing I would do is just see if we have any spare supplies, specifically like any like light armor that can be worn under the clothes, or like some daggers, or something like that.
Yeah. Sure, certainly. Why don't you roll just roll a d20 for me?
Sure.
Or a resources check.
4.
Yeah, there's a couple of things. The reason they're in the back is because they're not well used. They're not well kept together. You've got like some used things that you weren't able to give away when you upgraded the armor or whatever.
I'll take them, whatever's there, and I'll probably distribute them based on whoever is going to be most vocal or most obviously in charge.
Yeah, probably Longbeard then.
Yep.
Okay. So you go to the Revolution, and it's pretty good. There's about 100 people there.
Okay.
Maybe 120 or so. And Longbeard goes up to a friend, and the friend touches fingers, and you see a light glow. They touch their fingers to somewhere underneath Longbeard's beard. And Longbeard turns and starts addressing the crowd. It's a speech. He makes a speech. He's not the most charismatic of dwarves. but nor is he the least. He's fine. And people seem like vaguely interested. It sort of dwindles a little bit though when he suggests that they have a pamphlet with signatures. I want people to sign this, and they're going to deliver their demands to Magli Blackice. Is what he's proposing. And people seem a little bit like lukewarm. There's a little bit of an edge. You can tell that there's many people in the crowd who are craving something more extreme than something with signatures.
Okay. His friend, what do they look like?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Minko the Goblin that you met.
Oh, Minko. Okay.
I didn't say that, but it's Minko the Goblin you met.
All right. Okay. So is the crowd starting to look like antsy, or are they? Is there a lot of?
I mean, when he mentioned signatures, several people like stand up to leave.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to head up to the. Is he standing like? I assume just like in front of everyone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's like what do you call it? An outdoor little staging area. I think there's a staircase going up, but next to the staircase, nestled sort of in the crook of the staircase, is like a wooden platform where like typically bards would perform like songs for a small crowd. But it's not like a huge space or something like that. But yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I will head where he is and just kind of bend down to his ear. You're really losing them. You've gotta be a little bit more inspiring than that.
He looks at you and is like, he doesn't want to say anything because his voice is going to be amplified, but he's like looking at you like, I don't know.
Oh fuck. Okay. I'll just like kind of clear my throat. And
Minko just like looks at Longbeard, and Longbeard nods, and Minko comes over and touches Longbeard's throat, and then like looks at you and goes to touch you on the throat, and like pauses for a second.
Sure.
Touches your throat, and you feel like your voice expand inside your chest.
Oh, that's neat. Look to Chundo. Is he planning on saying anything else, or is he done?
Yeah, he looks at the crowd and says, now a few words from one of our newer members, Kaz.
Oh, fuck. I'm not good at speaking. Oh boy, yes. So I'm here because we all just like very obvious, sweating, nervous, not okay, but we all want to see change. And unfortunately, it can't happen as big and bold as we'd all like it to be, not right away. That's not to say it won't happen, but we need time. We need people, we need resources, and we're working towards that. Until we can get there, we need everyone to be all in. We'll work towards feeding the people, getting their needs met, making sure you can eat. And then together, we'll start working towards something better.
A heckler from the crowd shouts, "We've heard that one before."
I'm sure you have. The only way I can prove anything to you is by action. I know food is just one thing, but I'll work on more. You don't have to give anything or do anything until you feel like we've been helping you. I've been helping you.
How much is that pretty armor?
Well, I need this armor, unfortunately. But if it is armor protection you need, that is something I can work on.
I was just interested in the cash I could get for it. You see a couple of circling.
You won't get a lot because it's pretty used. It's kind of dirty. It's got some blood on it. But if you need cash.
Yeah, roll a charisma saving throw to deal with the heckler.
Oh boy.
Don't forget your Holy shoot. Sorry. A 1 is a plus 12, 13 for you?
Yeah. I am a paladin.
Holy shoot. Yeah. Yeah, you deal with the heckler. Sorry, I didn't realize that you had a plus 13 or whatever.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So the heckler, like, so your response to the heckler is essentially like, I need this, but I will offer you protection. I will offer you supplies and money, and that's like a pretty compelling argument, right?
Mhm.
So you see some guards gathering, and you also see some more people in the crowd gathering.
Okay.
Keep speaking; it's working.
This is, this is really what you're supposed to be
It's really
doing.
loud when you say that.
Cool. Right. So it's not exciting. The thought of signing a pamphlet, it's not exciting, but that's what we can do right now. So if that's all you can offer, if that's all we can do, that's still something.
But what if things go wrong, and someone says that, like, eyeing guards around?
Well, all we're talking about here is signing pamphlets. There's nothing particularly wrong with signing a pamphlet, right? We're talking about signatures, we're talking about food.
Yeah, roll a persuasion check.
Oh boy. 14. God, my rolls.
It's fine. It's good. Yeah. So there's like wavering and like concern. You can tell that like the question behind that is not like what should we be doing more. The question is more like, what if the secret police come and take us in the middle of the night for signing this pamphlet? Right. That's sort of the
Right.
thing that's going on here.
Well, I'm working tirelessly and diligently to ensure that you can stay safe. And yes, I can't guarantee your safety. That is true. So I won't offer you false platitudes. If this is something you believe in, then I will do what I can to make sure you're safe. But if it's not in your capacity, that's okay. We're moving towards that. All I'm asking right now is give it some thought and stick with us.
Roll a charisma saving throw.
Oh boy. 18. That's a
One of the
6.
people like gets up and says, "Well, shit, I'll sign. Yeah, give it here, I'll sign." And he starts like coming forward to sign. And like he starts getting close to it, and you see him, it looks kind of like he trips. But then you see the blood coming from his leg. Someone has shot him with a crossbow bolt.
The person who is
Yeah, no, not the heckler. You glance and you see that there is a guard there, and they have shot him with a crossbow bolt.
all
And the
right.
guard just says, "No one signed that."
Where is Lotka in relation to the guard?
Yeah, Laka is probably 40 feet away.
Yeah, in my head, I'm just gonna say sick him.
Yeah, Laka just charges towards the guard and like dives on top of him, knocking the guard to the ground. Do you want to roll an attack roll for Laka?
Yeah, let me see. I have that somewhere here.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhere I have it saved. Let's see. What? Okay, so what the heck is he again? A greyhound?
Yeah, so I can hold up. I think he's a great hound actually, which is even funnier. He's a mastiff, I think.
Mastiff. Yeah, you're right.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is a d20 plus 3 plus.
It should be plus. It should be +2 plus your proficiency, actually.
+2 plus my proficiency. Okay, so +6.
There you
go. That's gonna be 13.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, what's Laka's intent here?
To stop him by biting him in the throat.
Perfect. Yeah, that's a great intent. So Laka comes charging across, pounces onto him. This guy falls over, like, what? And then gets his throat bitten. And another guard just starts coming forward, and you see, and one of the guards just pulls out a club and says, "Anyone here who signs that paper is going to answer to the guards of Race C."
For what reason?
That paper is treasonous.
In what way is it treasonous?
It is against the Primarch. And this guard just walks right up to you and gets in your face. I think you recognize this is a guard that you kind of know or used to know from a former life.
Oh yeah, former life. All right. No one here is going to sign the pamphlet. So why don't you go ahead and leave?
And I think at this moment, because he's not underneath your control, Longbeard walks up, takes the pamphlet from your hand, looks at the guard dead in the eye, and signs it.
I am going to, if I have the moment, just get between the two.
To prevent the guard from
attacking Longbeard, yeah.
Yeah. God, this is when I wish D&D had a defense stat. Okay. I want you to roll I feel like it's an athletics check.
All right. 19.
Yeah. So you interpose yourself between the guard and Longbeard. And you're trained really well. This guard is trained that well compared to your beyond my hands reach well, right? And so he falters. I want you to roll an intimidation check. If you can do it with your strength stat instead, that would be ideal.
Okay.
Are you trained in intimidation?
I am.
Mm-hmm. I'll allow either strength or charisma, whichever you'd like.
Okay. Well, let me roll it first. That's super cool. Well, if I use strength, it would be a 12.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Let's roll this guard. Sorry, hold on one second. My 5 though, so it beats it. So he falters. He doesn't go through with it. He just stands there, and once Longbeard has signed it, Minko walks up and takes the pamphlet and signs it. And then another person from the crowd walks up and signs it. And the guard just stands there sweating, looking at this. And kind of looks at you are you going to get out of my way?
No, I'm just staring him down. I just assume that I'm taller than him. I'm taller than most people.
Yeah, you definitely are taller than him. So he's looking up at you, intimidated, and but he's sitting there thinking, but I'm a guard, aren't I supposed to?
You're a guard, and they're signing a piece of paper. Don't you have other things to be doing? Seriously, dude, how can you be this bad at your job? There's other things to do. They're signing a pamphlet. Look at them. Come on, man. Get out of here.
Captain, what do we do? Shouts one of the other guards who's there. And sort of looks at you, looks down, says, "It's just a piece of stinking paper. Get out of here." And turns and storms away. trying to walk away from you.
I let him go.
A cheer erupts from the crowd.
Oh boy.
There's still a wounded citizen who's got a leg with a crossbow bolt in it.
Okay, I can't heal, but I have a healer's kit, so
Mhm.
I will go and run over and do that.
Yeah, absolutely. So you start doing that, and Minko comes over and starts assisting you. And from actions as small and subtle as these, legends are going to be born. We will see what happens.
Oh boy.
Okay. Thomas. Hi. If it's all right with you, and tell me if it's not, but I would like to presume that you have similar but equally effective conversation with Brother Starsong, and I think even reasonably, despite the fact that she's obviously a spy to some extent, your assistant Ivana as well.
Yes.
Are you
He's
comfortable?
hoping that, huh? Oh, yeah. With Ivana, like the only thing out of the ordinary that he would have said to her anyway was that, you know, she's accomplished so much, you know, basically in his shadow this whole time. And he knows that she can do great things if she's allowed to fly on her own.
Yeah, why don't you roll a persuasion check to attempt to slowly turn her away from the evil path?
Again, still, always. Oh my god, why do I always click the wrong thingy?
Because there are many things to click, and only one of them is the right thing.
This is worse than Oregon Trail. You said persuasion?
Mhm.
Oh boy, here we go.
Nice. Yep.
Thank God.
Yeah. Actually, I want to follow this up with a free insight check, please.
Okay. 13.
Yeah, I think you see a shadow of regret behind her eyes.
He's going to clap a hand on her shoulder and say, "It's all right. You can do this. We all believe in you."
Thanks, High Priest. And she swallows. Yeah, but I feel like you have another scene that you want to have. You want to have a conversation with a certain High Priest.
Yes. I went back and like listened to like older episodes, and like she was introduced as just like this random maverick person, but then also she immediately had the authority to fire Akka Fairwind. So I was just like, surely she must, you know, actually have the ability to do this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, if she's still with her tribe, he's actually going to contact her via the dream spell to kind of demonstrate how it can be used to communicate.
Mm-hmm.
And the phrasing of the spell kind of says like you can tell if somebody's sleeping or not, and if they're not sleeping, you can kind of like hold it to do later. So if he can just like do it whenever she's sleeping.
Sounds good. She's asleep at normal sleeping hours.
What a concept.
So her name is not Matthew, just to be clear.
Her name's not Thomas Dagmar either. So because he can shape the landscape of this dream, kind of the way he did with Alden, he is actually going to recreate, because I feel like the memory is kind of like burned into his mind, the moment that he and his patron, of course, were in the water facing down the Kraken.
Yeah, good moment.
It's going to be like really difficult for him to face, but I think a vivid illustration of what is at risk is kind of what he's going for.
So you see our High Priest. I've suddenly forgotten her name.
Zola something.
Zola. You see High Priest Zola, and she's floating in the water. And she sort of peers out and sees this massive, giant creature
It's all right. This is a dream. None of this is real. I've constructed all of this. It's okay.
By Dawa's ore, what is that thing?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk to you about, actually.
Is it? And is this also happening? Have you
Not
mastered?
in real time. Oh, sorry.
You've mastered communication in the mental headspace? This is... Sorry, every time I've received a dream like this, it's been from divine intervention, but I have a feeling that this one is not divine intervention. This is you.
It is not divine in origin, no. Tamden hasn't blessed me in that way, unfortunately.
Yes.
Have you ever heard tell of... I feel terribly rude just cutting into it, but this is your dream after all. How are you doing? How's your clan? How are things in the rural areas, etc.?
We don't have time for pleasantries. That is normally the case.
This is why I like you so much. Have you ever heard any legends of a creature called the Kraken that used to take up residence in Avarak?
Certainly, there are ancient stories of such a creature. It lived on land, but found its way trapped at the bottom of the ocean by Tamden.
Well, it is one of many things, the nature of which was altered when the covering came down. What you're seeing now, I experienced about 2 to 3 weeks ago. It started to encroach on the city, and at the sacrifice of a very dear friend and a magical phenomenon, a real hat trick pulled off by another, was the city saved from complete destruction, just being wiped off the map. I'm glad that
you're not lost.
Exactly. What a pain that would be to deal with. You have to rebuild the city on top of the plague, on top of everything. I mean, I'm being facetious, but there is a time limit on this. Pardon my French, but as we're not in official capacity, I won't stand on ceremony. This motherfucker will be back in just over 5 months at this point. And a few companions and I have an opportunity to acquire something quite powerful that might be able to, if not reseal it, then maybe blast it off the face of the ocean. I don't know. Rename it, remake it, effectively, I'm hoping, rob it of whatever mojo it has that makes it such a threat. And on top of that, the sacrifice I spoke of, he is holding my friend in his thrall currently, and he is suffering greatly to buy us this time.
Question, Thomas, if I may. Are you here asking for permission to save Celestra?
Nothing.
Because it will interfere with your duties to save Celestra?
Listen, there are quite a lot of things to save Celestra from at the moment, as you well know.
Of course. Who do you have handling her duties?
Brother Starsong has been useful for guidance and for general community coordination.
Good man, not a good leader, but a good man.
No, I know. A secretary, a recent addition to the temple, from origins that make her a particular asset. She's been doing a lot of secretarial and administrative work for me recently.
That's always important.
Oh yes, she's become quite capable at it. She knows the ins and outs of my schedule, certainly, and I doubt I'd be getting any sleep at all except for supervision. And listen, it is what it is. She's got more energy than me. Call a spade a spade.
Yeah, you young acolytes. Ugh.
And so many people have swarmed to this temple in support. In particular, we're so grateful to have the help of a couple of community members. A goblin named Olka, who has recently fallen ill with the plague in the course of their duties, and we're nursing them now along with everyone else. But their partner Svapri is a bit of a powerhouse in halfling form, and has become very effective in how do I put this non-condescendingly, in basically bossing people to success in this temple. They have leadership experience, and
Is this the exile from Brian?
yes, they are.
Have they sworn to Tamden or one of the Celestian gods?
Their spouse is seriously considering it. We're discussing mentorship, but obviously they left their country for them. They're quite devoted, and I don't think they're going to leave this temple in the lurch either. Beyond that, they've been a good friend to me. While I would be hesitant to leave any of these three people in charge, with their unique combination of attributes and the fact that they're so familiar with the work we've been doing more than anyone else who could be called on to step into these shoes afresh, I feel as though they might be capable to keep things together for a couple of weeks.
Roll a persuasion check. It seems like a good plan, Thomas, and one that I will approve of, but 3 is good because they can vote, but it's important that the heart of Tamden stay at the center of the temple, even in these trying times. So it sounded to me as if you were going to put Svapri in a position of primacy, but I would feel more comfortable if Starsong was.
No, that is certainly the merit of having him on board as well. Obviously, I would not normally ask Brother Starsong to enter the spotlight. He seems happier with his botanical pursuits. But it would also prevent the community from possibly becoming disappointed with this leave of absence and targeting Svapri if he is there to not only provide a guiding hand, but be a sort of a figurehead, and obviously few are as familiar as temple happenings as he is. So yes, I agree completely.
Well, Svapri can be the figurehead if you need that for the community, but I want to make sure that Starsong is not only involved, but really the guiding voice behind any decisions that are made. It is highly unusual to put a temple under the charge of anyone who is not sworn to it. And while I understand that these are trying times and that at this moment your temple is not so much a temple as a refugee hostel, but nonetheless, I think it is important that those who have taken oaths maintain their authority.
No, I understand the wisdom in that. Brother Starsong is capable and amiable, and should be able to carry these things out. As you said, with 3 of them, he would have a tie-breaking vote on anything major that needed to happen.
I worry about the other 2 deciding something and him not being able to override them. What if the 2 of them decide to do something that is not within the spirit of Celestian values? Not within the spirit of Tamden?
Well, what is the spirit of Tamden right now, honestly? I mean, if you look at... No, listen to me. I apologize, but if you look at philosophy, and I know it's unpopular with those outside of Dawa, but if you look at the perspective that, until now, until the covering came down, there's been the understanding that the gods may be separated from us. And there's the philosophical thought that if that is the case, and one admits to that, then it is our duty in the place of the gods as those who serve them to caretake for our communities.
Yeah, roll another persuasion check.
I've thought about this. I haven't thought of a name for this philosophy, but I thought he might be into it.
No, I'm totally into
That's
it.
a natural 20 for a 28.
Dang.
Yeah. You speak with much passion, Thomas.
It's all well and good to look after the trade matters of this city and to bless our ships and to provide the God's hand to those who go from us and pray for their safe return. But it's another to make sure that we still have people in the community who are around after all of this is over to resume those endeavors.
Do as you see is right. I will support it. I would encourage you, though, to remember that your passion, while powerful, is not derived from Tamden. Tamden is the god of fair winds and following seas. Not the gods of, not like the, I don't know, not like the passions of Prian gods. We are stabilizing forces. Yes.
We are stabilizing, and we are enduring, and we must endure, and we must do what it takes to make sure that happens.
I will be returning to Racy in a month. Just to check on how things are doing. Will you be back by then?
My hope is that we'll be back well within that time. The travel time should cut in half. One of our, explaining again, one of our companions can teleport people. I want to make sure that the ship we travel on is out of danger, but once we can confirm that, it'll cut our time in half. We can teleport straight into the temple itself. And ironically, I was going to recommend that if I'm not back in 4 weeks to a month's time, you start examining that list you had of people who might succeed to the priest position.
I need to check on Racy. I hear rumors of hotheads. People who are thinking of attacking our new government itself, but that is not a stabilizing way to go. Yes?
Does this sound on brand for her? Just over the table, should I be suspicious? Because the last time we spoke, she was screaming at Akka about how he could let the ritual go unchecked and let the Primarch make claims that were false.
Roll an insight check.
17.
You know Zola relatively well. She is really big on tradition. And so the idea that a ritual went like unchecked is beyond offensive to her religiously. But she's no ally of a revolution. She's a I'm lineage in time and she's done her history. Like, well, just to be fair, right? This government is 8 years old, right? Realistically at this point. That's not that old of a government. It's not that established. The odds are it's going to collapse before it reaches its 10th year. And like the signs are there that it's going to collapse before it reaches its 10th year. And typically when a government starts collapsing and then a new one replaces it, that one doesn't last very long either. And then the next one doesn't last very long, right? It's a mess, right? So she is very much thinking about like the long game.
Sure.
She's always interested in that. So no, she is not an ally in some sense. She is an ally at certain times. She has her own beliefs that are sometimes aligned with yours and sometimes very conflicted.
Even if she wasn't an ally, I guess I had her pegged as a little more of a maverick, but that's fine.
I mean, the maverick in some senses, but not in the. But she's definitely like the lineage matters.
Sure.
She's a maverick in the sense that like she thinks that people who break with the lineage should be kicked out rather than forgiven. You know,
sure.
like she does not like Akka Fairwind style, right? But like, yeah.
Okay. I'm not too concerned because around all of this, Thomas should have still been doing everything that he would normally do as a priest with coordination. So I'm not
No, I think
super
you're.
worried.
I just wanted to clarify her stance a little bit.
Okay, good to know. Thank you for your guidance on this matter, High Priestess.
Keep your passions in check.
I'll do my best.
And do you own the dream?
Oh, and I had to sell the necklace you gave me to buy food for the temple. Thank you. Have a sleep well. And he ends the dream.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Beautiful. Juno.
Hello.
How you doing?
Oh, so real quick question. How close are we to the arrival of Pirate Queen?
How close do you need to be?
I'm just wondering.
Very close.
Okay, so I think that Juno would have spent most of her afternoon getting everything squared away with Stepwise regarding her next 2 weeks of work. And also probably would have informed her of where they're going, what they're looking for. To see if she has any information on like any books or something. Well, she'll go through the study, I guess. Of,
Of course. Yeah, let's have a little study session with Mela.
Yeah.
The city you seek inside the maelstrom.
Yes.
You knew that there was a city there, yes?
Did you know there was a city there?
Probably not.
No. She knows it. She knows when Juno lies. Then.
Yeah, because the tree told Thomas.
Oh, the tree told Thomas. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The tree told Thomas. Yeah, the tree told Thomas.
You're totally right.
Yeah. We got news from a tree.
Caprina is a weird place from all the studies that have been done on it. How much do you know about Empress Cyaxara?
You can't see the blank look, but a look falls over Juno's face of
Oh boy, so much history to get through in a very short amount of time. Okay, Empress Cyaxara was the last emperor of the last empress or emperor, depending on your preference, of the Tawan Empire. The last person to sit upon the Hydra throne and actually rule the Tawan Empire. So she was the empress who oversaw the complete and utter collapse of the Tawan Empire.
Okay, and I've heard of that, yes.
Great. So there's a lot of different parts to this, but one of the things that happened during her reign, there's so many different parts of this, but I'm gonna stick to only the parts that matter to your story here that you're interested in right now. One of the things that happened is she started getting messages from things that I think you and I now know better than what she did. At the time, they referred to them sort of generically as demons. But I think you and I now know that there are like different levels of higher beings with different amounts of power, and I don't know what she was communicating with or whatever. But she was having like a problem and convinced a demon to solve her problem from her perspective in exchange for giving them Caprina. Caprina was originally Chelestrin. It was originally a Chelestrin floating city, built entirely upon the water. And like, I think when she did this, the assumption that we have figured out is that she intended for this to be like a viziership of some sort. Sure, you can be the vizier of Caprina. But it turns out, as you well know, that a lot of these beings don't really work like that. So she did this. The demon, for lack of a better word, helped her with her problem, and she signed over the deed to Caprina, and almost immediately a massive storm started to form around Caprina. The maelstrom. So we don't know a lot about Caprina, but we do know that the demon went there through the maelstrom, and since that time there has been a constant maelstrom there. Never really wavers, never really changes, always spirals in place and constant storms. Any ship that gets too close is destroyed. There's tales, of course, of adventurers who have gone through it, or pirates claim, "Oh, I sailed through the maelstrom." Or there's a famous pirate queen. I don't know if you know of her, but she's relatively new on the scene, but she's very successful. Who
Oceana?
Yes, exactly. Who she avoided a Chalestrin navy fleet by sailing directly into the storm, and was then seen quite healthy and well several months later when it was assumed that she was gone. So clearly, some people have some experience with this, but going through it is very hard. I will say this though. Well, here, and she hands you a book, and she says, "Why don't you open that? I think it's on page 194."
Okay.
It's one of the driest textbooks you've ever read, and that is saying something because
Oh
Juno
God.
reads a lot of dry textbooks. But in essence, what it says is that inside Caprina, the Maelstrom is one source of magic. There are two mobile sources of magic that seem to move around Caprina, and there is a fourth source of magic that seems fixed or locked in place. And it seems to be right at the heart of Caprina, but it also seems underwater.
Oh.
At least from the perspective of these things. But no one's dared to get close enough to really do more. I mean, long distance divination magics to determine things, but something about it seems to block off access, if you know what I mean. I've also been told that that magic there works weirdly. At least that is what this theoretician, and she taps the book, is suggesting. That these signs of these magical influences of various sorts might actually cause the laws of magic in some ways that we think of to bend, if you know what I mean.
Oh. So, if you were to cast like a invisibility spell, it might, turn the entire ship invisible, or just half of you, or something like that.
We don't have a lot of experience. In fact, I'm going to go so far as to say we have no actual first-hand accounts. I want to be very clear about that. No first-hand accounts. This writer theorizes that magic there works on intent rather than on incantation.
Okay.
I don't really know what that means either, but that's my rough translation. If you want to read more, it's on. It's really on page 214. But you can have this tome.
Do I know the writer?
No, that's
No. Just wondering if I knew the writer on this one.
Let me check. Yeah, the writer's name is Lady Gianna Strega.
Okay.
I can't believe I knew that. I can't believe I had notes on that. What the? Never mind.
What? Dang, man. All right. Wow. Okay. It does it concern you that we're heading in that direction?
In terms of concerning things that you've done,
Oh, yeah.
6.
Yeah. Good
Scale 1 to
point.
10.
Yeah.
10 being making a pact with a god.
I've not done that.
I know, but your friend.
Yeah. I'm actually trying to make a point that I will not make a pact with a god if at all necessary. I'm trying to do everything on my own on this one when it comes to that.
Great.
Just, I my friends are doing great with their various friends that they have. But I don't know, it just doesn't sit right with me.
Juno, I trust you.
Yeah. Oh boy. Okay, yeah, I can do this. And yeah, it'll just be maybe 2 weeks at most, hopefully. they should probably let you know we are going with the person that you mentioned before, who was rumored to have gone through.
That makes me feel more comfortable. Are you going with a powerful druid who can manipulate the weather?
I don't know about that. Maybe she has a powerful druid. She might.
Fair enough.
I can ask her dad.
Okay.
I mean, her friend. Anyways, she was gonna just cover both her face with her paws.
Yeah.
Losing track of what everybody knows versus what they don't know.
It's impossible to compare sometimes.
Yeah. Rest assured, her dad's great, but I don't know if we can fully trust her with this much information.
Sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay. So, what else was Juno gonna do? I think
I'll
she would
just add, if you read the book at all, would you read the book?
Yeah, she would read the book.
Mhm.
It would be
Yeah.
boring as
It is boring as hell, but oh my gosh, it is very weird. Because Mela just told you that no one has been there with firsthand knowledge, right? No one has firsthand perspective. But the author of this book only talks as if they were actually there.
Okay. So this is like a hypothetically, but I was actually here in this situation. Is there anything that they say about doing actual magic in that book?
Sure, yeah. Why don't you roll an Arcana check?
Yeah, because I want to know how my spells are going to react once I go. Okay. Come on, Arca. 26.
Mm-hmm. Lady Gianna Strega is incredibly curt and dismissive of people who follow spell books and patterns to cast their spells.
Hey.
Reach out with your will and draw forth the shape of the world that you envision.
What the heck? You know what? No, actually, Juno's going to think that this is similar to how she used sort of like her mental, like, acuity or whatever to will her spell to wrap around the feather in order to speak to Kaz's mom. Is that similar? Maybe.
I mean, with a 26, I'll say certainly that's similar.
Okay.
This seems like a more extreme version of it. Like, if that is like a, let's call that like a 4 on like, or 4, let's call it like a 5 on a 1 to 10 scale, where 1 is like casting a spell that's in your spell book prepared. That's like, whoa, cool, this is the thing. This is like a 70. Like, what the heck are you wasting your time casting spells for? Spells are like a crock from their perspective.
Okay. So really you should just will things into existence and it'll happen.
Mm-hmm. The book also speaks a lot about ghosts and demons that haunt the city.
Fun.
It speaks in particular of a couple of demons that came to the city and basically turned the city into a giant toy for the two of them to bat around with paws. Basically.
Oh, that sounds familiar.
Does it?
Yeah.
Intriguing.
The creepy undead god and the one who tried to destroy the city.
Interesting.
Is this Stepwise saying this or you?
That's me. Sorry.
Okay, so yeah, honestly, I think at this point with Juno, she's gonna she's gonna have a glass of wine. She's gonna retire with a glass of wine and be like, it'll be fine. Bella. It'll be okay. Do a little bit of knitting on her scarf for the foxfolk that she met.
Mhm.
Which is going to be like a really cool like green scarf with like a pattern that looks kind of like leaves or scales.
Mhm.
And then she's going to try, maybe somewhat comically, to will spells into existence.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she's going to try to do a variation of a sending spell similar to what she did before, in a way, where she can kind of see somebody from a distance.
Okay.
She doesn't know the spell in a book,
Mhm.
but she's going to try to see if she can do a little like almost sending visual portal, not portal, but mirror to Thomas.
You want to try and so your goal is to use your will to contact Thomas.
Yes.
Okay.
This is just like off the walls kind of thing. But I'm gonna give it a shot.
So I need a couple of rolls here in a row for you.
Yeah.
First of all, I need a intelligence saving throw.
Okay, let's do this. Okay. That's a natural 20.
This is going to work. Let's see how much power it is. Can I ask what is your charisma stat?
My charisma stat is +2.
What's the actual number? Sorry.
15.
Great. Can you roll 7d6 for me then?
7d6. Okay, let me go ahead and do that. How do I? Okay, I'm gonna do this the old-fashioned way for roll 20.
Mhm.
That's a 26.
Yeah. You feel something that is tugging at you, and it seems to be saying, "This'll work, but I need some sort of focus, some sort of minor sacrifice to make this work."
Okay. A minor sacrifice.
Yeah. If there's no voice or anything, I want to be very clear. This is not a demon. This is like you feeling the spell needing just a little bit of focus.
Okay. In that case, what if she uses like a would a piece of yarn, like a knot or something, be good as a focus?
Perfect. I love that. Yeah. So what do you do with the knot? The spell
I,
seems to reach for it. You can almost see it as if it's
I
a
think
tangible thing.
yeah, I think with the knot, it would be one of those things where you're like weave it in your pauses between your beansies.
Mhm.
And I think it would be one of those ones where you can kind of like dig your fingers into it and move it out, and it becomes a web instead of a knot.
Love it. So we see this image of Juno, Foxfolk, and we see her literally, it looks like her paws are struggling against the air to move as she tries to manipulate the spell. And she picks up a ball of yarn and starts knotting it. And then we see her insert her beans and slowly pull it out. And as she does, you see a web there. And literally halfway across the city, Thomas, you see Juno hovering midair, looking at you. And Juno, you see Thomas.
Oh my god!
One second, let's figure out the mic thing.
Okay, is our mic good?
Yes.
There?
Myself, can y'all hear me through phase?
No, it's actually your mic is much better than theirs. So
Yeah, so I'm muting myself.
perfect.
Okay, is that better?
Yes, let's see your face. Yep.
Please tell me you're really there, or I'm going to check myself into a home.
Nope, I'm there. Oh my gosh, I'm there.
Can you, I mean, your hands look occupied, but what's happening? He's trying to, like, stick his hand through the portal.
I'm gonna, like, whip my tail around. One of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Fopa Taylor. Yeah. Thomas, as you touch it, it feels like liquid, almost like it almost feels like you're putting down into a glass bowl of water, except that you're pushing it forward. And from your side, Juno, Thomas's finger goes right through. Thomas's finger is with you.
Oh gosh, it's a portal. I think you could go through.
My God.
So I just made the spell?
Yeah, apparently. Where did you learn this? This is fascinating.
I just came up with it.
If your arms were a little bit longer, you could just, like, I mean, I assume the way it is now, you could just kind of put it over your head and be somewhere, couldn't you?
Hypothetically, I guess.
Want to come over?
Do you think I can?
I don't know. You're the wizard. You tell me.
It's just floating in midair. Okay, she's gonna try to, like, navigate it to go through.
Yeah. So you're trying to push the spell beyond its original intent. The original intent was communication. Now you're trying to teleport. What is your Constitution stat?
Oh God. This is all your fault.
I live a little.
Constitution is 12.
Then I need you to roll 66 for me.
That's a 23.
Yeah. Juno's head comes through. Her shoulders come through. Her hand, she maneuvers in such a way, and then her tails come through. And you are... Thomas, where are you?
Where am I ever? In the temple.
You are in Thomas's office.
Oh my God.
What just happened, and how long have you been able to do that?
I don't know.
Roll a Constitution saving throw for me.
Okay. I'm gonna throw up. It's an 18.
Nice, that's great. Then you only take... you only take 2 levels of exhaustion.
Ow.
Wow.
So, turns out I can do that.
Here, come and sit down. Come and sit down. He makes her some tea.
Yeah, so I was just trying to talk to you, and I thought, well, I could do like an extension of the sending spell or something. And there was this book, and she's gonna just go through it. It's gonna just like word vomit everything.
Does Mother Stepwise know anything about this?
Oh my gosh. Hold on.
Don't teleport back, you might die.
No. So she's gonna cast a regular spell, the Stepwise. Of sending. And oh gosh, it's 25 words or less. Okay.
Do you want me to just send Mercury over?
Well, I'll explain first just in case. Mela, I did an experimental spell, but I'm fine. I teleported without a circle. I'm with Thomas. I'll come soon.
Got 5 more words.
Is screaming a word?
Didn't find this one. Shoot. That's
So you get a reply. That's impossible. Is this a prank? I'm very confused. I can get my own tea, I guess. Sorry for bothering you.
I'm gonna cast Sending again because I can.
Aren't you afraid you might run out of spell slots? Wizard?
It's fine, I'm about to sleep. Definitely not a prank. I am going to run home. It's fine, but it definitely happened. We'll talk. Oh my god, Thomas, what the heck just happened?
You tell me. I'm not a scholar. You tell me.
So then it cuts off halfway through that.
Yeah. Stay safe, I guess.
Oh my god. Okay, so Thomas, we can do that.
I didn't know you were that good of a knitter. Shit. What happens if you make a whole scarf?
I've made you one. You have
If
one.
I wrap it around myself, am I gonna pop out and show up somewhere else?
No, I didn't know this magic before.
Doesn't mean it wasn't there.
Maybe it is there. Maybe the magic is to make you look more fabulous, and
that is very magical. But
yes, well,
it does take a lot of inexplainable things to make me look fabulous.
Well, if you were more fabulous, the world would explode. But
you're a darling child. I have no earthly possessions to leave you, so you're barking up the wrong tree. But thank you very much.
I don't need your inheritance. Okay, yeah, so we can do that while we're on the ship, I guess.
I mean, normally you can teleport to anywhere with a spell, right?
Yeah, no, we're doing that for sure.
Or anywhere with runes or a circle or whatever you lot call it.
Yeah. Okay, so what I just did throws a lot of my entire life of study into chaos.
Are you going to write about it and become famous?
Probably.
Hey.
But I need a. Can I nap?
You can. I'll tell you what. You can definitely nap. Do you want me to fly you home?
Can you fly me home?
Yes, I can. He casts fly on himself, and he holds out his arms.
Bridal carry.
Yes. Scoop the fox.
Awesome.
And they fly across the city.
Well, that just sounds lovely.
It is.
Well, congratulations. You have begun to unlock some of the secrets of magic.
Was not expecting that.
Don't know if I was expecting that either, but hey, you want to mess around with the fundamental laws of my universe, I'm perfectly comfortable with that.
Yes.
Yeah. I know that right now everyone is thinking that the group in the Kava that destroyed the covering was the group that has affected the world the most, but that's, from my perspective, not actually true. I think that a different group has affected the world the most, specifically our Thursday morning game, even if they don't realize it yet. And I think that you guys are primed to affect the world the most shortly. So we'll see what this all amounts to moving forward. Pretty cool stuff in general, though. Kaz, I think I want to do one more scene with you briefly, if that's okay.
Oh, okay.
So after this event, Longbeard wants to speak with you.
Okay.
And he is pumped. That was fantastic. Did you see how you spoke? You have such natural charisma with the crowd.
I don't.
They believed you.
All.
Every word you said. And then when I was convinced that everything was going to fall apart because of the guards, you just stood there like a wall. And you defended them. You physically did it.
Well, that was my intent of being here, is that I have this ability. I have, these sick muscles, but, they gotta be put to good use.
Yeah. Well, muscles. That's what you think you're good for? Muscles?
Yes. I mean, all the guards left because they knew if I wanted to, I could eliminate all of them.
That is not why they left.
Because I'm really tall and scary.
No. You're not that tall. Well, okay, you're pretty tall.
I'm pretty tall.
You're not that tall. No.
I'm pretty tall.
All tall people are alike anyway. No, that is not why they left.
I'm sorry. I'm lost.
Kaz, when you stood up to them that way, everyone was there with you. You're like, I don't even know what to say. I can't believe that you're a symbol now.
That's so great. I love that about myself and how great of a symbol I could be. Maybe we should rebrand, you know? Pick a different, like a cuter spokesperson, like maybe an animal. Maybe Latka could be our symbol. Right?
Yeah, no. There's gonna be fan art of this moment.
Fan art?
Yeah, this is it now. I didn't think we were ready for this. I didn't think we were on time for this. I didn't think we were in a position for this. But that story of what you just did for those people, and let's be real, not just those people, for all people, I guarantee you by tomorrow morning, you are going to be a household name. And within a week, a legend.
Totally what I wanted to happen. 100%. Great. Very good. I'm glad it had a positive effect, though. It seems.
Well, tomorrow you've got to come here, and we'll get back to planning, because we've got to figure out how to capitalize this and change this moment into momentum.
Yeah, if it's if I become a household name, at least, you know, we can use that.
Good. It's he holds out a hand. It's an honor.
Take his hand and like shake it very hard.
He shakes it really hard back.
Yeah, it was an honor to be able to be here and to do something. You didn't have to trust me, but you did.
You passed the test. You answered it right. We just have to... God, I feel foolish saying this now. By the gods, I feel foolish saying this now, but we just have to keep some of the looky-loos out, but clearly that's not you.
No. I'd hope not, if I've made it this far.
You'll come here tomorrow morning? We can get back to work?
Yeah, I'll be here.
Good. And he nods and looks at you and walks you to the door.
You know, it's nice of you to walk me to the door. I think I should walk you back home.
Oh, I sleep here now.
Oh, you sleep. Okay. That's
sorry.
okay.
We're back in the office. I know I didn't get that narration in, but
okay.
You walked him home because I assumed it was a safe thing for you to have done. I sort of assumed you wanted to protect him. I'm sorry, my bad.
Okay, no. That's totally cool.
So you walked him home and dropped him off in the office, and he pulled you in for this quick conversation.
Oh, okay. Makes sense. All right. Well, I'll see you. Oh, and did you see your son out there? He did good.
I know, he did, right? Interposed himself without escalating the violence. I liked it. It was good. It was good touch.
Yeah.
Did you train him to do that?
Yes.
I'm so happy that my son is a role model like you in his life.
Oh, well, I have never heard those words in that order before, but I appreciate it.
He's lucky to have you.
He's a good guy. Well, I'll be off now.
So you turn, you leave, and you start walking, I'm assuming home?
Yep.
when you hear a voice, childlike voice, sweet and sing-songy. You know, this could actually work out well for me.
Oh, God. Come on. I do what you want me to do for you on your time. This is my time.
Sure. I'm fine with that. But, yeah. You becoming more than just a knife I stick in some people's backs that are annoying.
Nope, that's still me. That has not changed. That's still me.
No, you're a leader now.
I'm not at all. I mean, come on. You know me. You live in my head. That's not me.
You're worth more to me now. I'm proud of you.
Oh, great. That means so much to me.
I feel like you've gone out of your way to prove yourself to me in a way that I never even imagined.
To you? To you?
Yeah. And I'm really
sorry. You are nothing to me. You are an obligation, and that is all.
Well, I know you say that, but I don't think you mean it.
You are in my head. You've got to be able to read how much I hate your absolute entire being.
But our goals aren't actually misaligned.
Is that so?
Yes.
If you want to think that way, I don't give a shit. But alright.
Never forget that I'm in charge here, right?
Oh, whatever.
Right?
Right. Does that make you feel good? Right. Yes, you're in charge.
Is that a tone?
It is a tone. I always have a tone. What do you mean?
Are you taking a tone with a god?
I do it on the regular. I mean, come on. I do what you ask me to. You also want me to make
Turn right
nice?
Into that alley.
Why?
Just do what I say.
You know, I really need to get some sleep. I turn into the alley.
Good. There's someone.
And?
Kill them.
For what reason?
As I demand it.
No.
Do you think you have a choice?
What, are you gonna make me do it? If you're gonna make me do it, go ahead and do it. Because I'm not gonna kill that person out of some petty anger you have towards me. You want to show me who's in charge. That's pathetic.
I don't want you to just kill them. I want you to want to kill them.
I don't want to kill them.
Well, I guess I need to provide a motivation then, don't I?
Oh.
So which of your friends should I start with then?
I don't know what you mean. They are perfectly capable of protecting themselves.
Not from me. And you know this.
Oh, come on.
Your choice. This
I'm not
random stranger? Or one of them?
You can't. You won't be able to get to them. I'm sorry. I don't believe that.
You think I don't have other servants?
Sure, you do. Stronger than me? Stronger than them? I don't think so.
You realize I have the Primarch in my pocket, right?
And what of it? What are you gonna do? You're gonna get rid of me? If you get rid of my friends, then I have no reason to keep existing. And then you're gonna lose me too.
You have your oaths to keep existing.
No, oaths can be broken. It's the only thing that is short of death. But if I lose the only family I have, I don't really have much reason to really care.
It would be really hard to lose the only family you have. That
It
sounds
would
like
be.
a very painful experience.
Yeah, and it would be painful for you to lose me, now wouldn't it? Maybe not in an emotional way, but you need me.
Well, then perhaps I wouldn't kill them.
You're not going to kill them. If you're not going to kill them, then
I find pain to be a very effective motivator for others. It's hard to watch your friends in pain.
I'm not killing that person. I have no reason to kill them, except for you threatening me.
Look to the left.
I look to the left.
You see a wall there. And on it, you see an image. It is Thomas flying across the city with Juno passed out in his arms. Your choice.
No.
Okay. You see Kaz, sorry. You see Juno. And Juno suddenly wakes up.
Shit.
Juno?
Yep.
Oh my god.
It's necrotic, if that means anything.
Okay, what? The 44?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, I'm down to almost nothing. Yeah.
This happens in your arms, Thomas. You see Juno suddenly start to like shrink and like waste away before you, and blood start to pour from them.
What temple are we near?
Sorry, say that again.
What temple are we near? Are we closer to Mela's?
You're pretty close to Melos, but you're also very close to actually close to Akatsung.
Okay. He dives. He's making a beeline for it. Just hold on, it'll be all right.
Mm-hmm.
Gods, fuck you. And I'm going to use disguise self on me, so I don't look like me. I look like some random human. And I will kill the person that I'm supposed to, or attempt to.
Yeah. I'm not going to watch it, but yeah. And before your eyes, Thomas, you see as suddenly Juno's body starts to like, it almost looks like it reinflates, like it lost so much weight.
Was that like a after effect?
I have no idea. We should keep on to Mela's, shouldn't we? She might know.
Yeah.
All right, hang on.
Okay. And the two of you land at Melos.
I just unmuted myself.
Yeah. So from Juno's perspective, this seemed like out of the ordinary for a spell situation. Like this seemed like an attack.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I think it's totally fair. Something happened. Things felt wrong.
Yeah.
You were in your friend's arms, and then you were in a lot of pain, and now suddenly it's mostly healed.
Yeah.
Do you say that?
Yeah, I'll explain that.
Okay. Mercury, did you see anything while we were up there?
It didn't, but I don't have like the ability to see all things that are coming at us. You've got all these
Sure.
things, boss, in your life now, and I'm doing my best. But
No, I understand. I was just wondering if there was something maybe we didn't notice in the air with us. Fuck.
Okay, that felt like. Did that feel like the Ashen one?
yeah, that's a great question. Roll a perception check.
Because you were literally the subject of his attack last time.
Yeah. Well, my perception is 0, so 18.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Yeah, it felt very similar to the Ashen one, but not the exact same. But it definitely had that same feeling. But the Ashen one definitely touched you to do this, and no one touched you. You're confident of that, except for Thomas.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Wasn't me.
Yeah, no, it wasn't you, Thomas.
Yeah, it's definitely a similar sort of effect.
Okay. So yeah, she'll explain that it was like a necromantic effect, but they didn't have to touch her for it, which seems unusual. Have we?
Councillor Stepwise, have you ever heard of anything like this?
Only when it comes to higher powers and beings that can that sort of thing without things. Where's Samhain? Could this be his fault?
No, Samhain's friend does not do that.
Okay, well then, Thomas, where's your friend?
He's.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep up. I'm not judging, I'm just asking. I know that you don't have one, right? You told me you didn't have one. You're not lying to me, Juno.
Yeah, she's gonna whisper on the bottom of the ocean. He's the reason why the Kraken has given us time.
Even if he were not holding that thing at bay to try to buy this city some sort of reprieve, he doesn't do that sort of thing.
Well, who does? I mean, the Ashen one. Whatever he's working with. Or...
You have a more...
Sounds creature of rotten bone, perhaps?
Well, that's the one the Ashen one's working with, right? Or those
yeah.
Hmm.
What about Kaz?
Well, would Yemis have that power?
Child Yemis?
Community? Possibly.
No, there's something afoot with this new incarnation of Yemis. She's been leading undead around like pets.
It's definitely an undead thing. It's also a form of like exiling someone from a community.
Yeah, it might have been. I don't know. I've been talking to people who follow different gods. It could be something with that. Or maybe the magic I did pissed her off.
It's possible. We'll have to talk about that more because I don't really know what you're talking about yet. But
yes, definitely. I'm going to make some notes and then we're going to talk it over. We're going to have a whole night. It'll be great.
Do you want to contact your friend?
Yeah, I should. Last spell slot for sending.
Can we just like quickly say that we reach out to Solon and make sure that he's safe and hasn't been attacked?
No problem.
Okay.
Yeah, we did that. Yeah, so I'm gonna cast sending, and Cass, are you okay?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
it was my fault. I'm fine.
She's not fine.
Where is she? Ask where she is.
I can't. I the sending spell only once.
Fuck.
I can find her, boss.
Thank you. Please go. Actually, you know what? Flock of familiars. They can cover more ground.
You want me
Does Thomas have 5 dragons now?
I believe so.
He's level 9. I feel like that should have happened.
Yeah, that's 5. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No problem, boss. Where do you want me to bring her?
If somebody could come back and tell us where she is, we can go to her. Otherwise, tell her where Mel is.
I'll get her to come to you. Where Mel?
I don't know if I want her to.
Well, we should go out as well. Let's find a lantern or something. We'll go.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want her. And I just kind of glance over at Mel. I don't know if I want her friend here.
Counselor Stepwise, is it all right if you stay here and hold things down while we go on foot to help search?
Sure, of course. It's my home.
If she turns up before we do, just tell her we're coming.
Sure.
And, be safe.
Of course. Good to see you, Thomas.
As always. Cheers.
I'll be right back. She's good. Yeah. Juno is so flubbed by so many different things right now.
Yeah. So I think narratively it makes sense for Juno to be the one to find you, Kaz. So Kaz, where does Juno find you? Are you home? Are you on the street?
I would say probably just on the street. Probably not that far away from where this has occurred. And it probably is apparent that some murdering has been done. Just from the looks of things.
So Juno, you find Kaz there?
Okay. She's gonna kind of hesitate to make sure that Kaz can see that she's there. And then she's gonna alphify and walk up to Kaz and be like, more Juno to hug. And she's gonna wrap her arms around her and say, I'm so sorry. It's not your fault.
What it is. That didn't have to happen. It was for no reason.
I know. It isn't fair.
Okay. I saw you.
I know. Well, I don't like that you saw it. But I'll be okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
This happened just because you know me, because I care about you.
I know.
I should have kept my head down.
I'm gonna take the risk to still know you. Okay? I mean, I have the right to be able to say that with what just happened. If I still want to know you, I think that should mean something.
That's because you're way too nice.
Kaz, I have a piece of good news for you. Juno has hugged you, and you are touching her, and nothing bad is happening.
Oh.
Can she heal? Can she revive?
Oh, can... What just happened?
I don't know, but I'm not willing to test it. Because I haven't really done anything to...
Well, I still have this little scratch here. If you want to try.
No, are you out of your mind? No,
I've been experimenting a lot tonight.
If you knew the kind of night.
I just saw you deflate like a balloon in midair. I'm not...
Okay. Let's try it with a plant first.
And kill an innocent plant.
I know, but just put some plants near you, because that's been a thing before. And see if they stay alive.
Okay. I will pick a plant near me and just hold it.
It's fine.
Okay. Hold my hand.
Okay.
Nothing's happening to my hand? My pawsies? Oh, no, it's my hand. It's my hand now.
No, it's your veinsies.
No, it's fine. I mean, you have a small cut on it.
You sure you don't want to fix this cut for me?
No,
What if you chop
can't.
onions? What if
It'll
you get
be
some lemon
okay.
juice on it?
Look, it'll be okay. Let's try.
I'm sorry, I can't. There's
Okay.
no way. I can't.
What about yourself?
That I'm more willing to do. And I'll just kind of like back away, just in case. Just back away and put a hand on my own shoulder and use a point of lay on hands.
You physically feel a little better.
Oh shit. I cast Cure Wounds on myself.
You physically feel 1d8 plus 4 hit points better.
Wait, do you know how to revive people?
No, yes. Can I do it? I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know what is happening or why I can heal all of a sudden. Because I feel like the actions that have led to this point have been very counterproductive to this.
Yeah. Are we anywhere near where she killed that person?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not far at all.
Can we see them?
Yeah, if you'd like.
Has it been too late to try?
Not if you want to try.
Oh, if it hasn't been too late, then I will try. I do have a diamond.
So, it's been longer than the required timestamp, but we have someone in the party now who's learning to manipulate the very fabric of your health.
Okay.
So, I think that this is, and correct me if I'm wrong, an attempt to empower Kaz.
Yes.
Okay. Then I have to ask you, and it's going to be a tough one, what is your wisdom?
Okay. Oh.
You're a wizard.
My wisdom is 10.
You get my aura if it's a...
The aura will matter. What is your aura at right now? Is it a plus?
Plus 4.
Great. So that will increase your wisdom higher.
Okay.
And that will make a huge difference. I need you to roll 7d6.
Okay. So 37. Oh, that's a lot of...
Kaz, you feel yourself filled with life-giving energy. What do you want to do with it?
I take my hands and I put it on this person's chest and just try and channel everything I have into them.
He wakes up. You see the wounds that you had just inflicted heal before your eyes. His eyes open, and he looks like he wants to cough, but then realizes that he doesn't have to. And he looks at you, and he says, Are you an angel?
Couldn't be farther from that. You should get home and drink some water. You just had a little fall.
Okay. Kaz, you have plenty of life-giving energy left. This spell should have cured this person, but it has brought him back, but you still have more energy. And you look and you realize that your hands are glowing. And you look at Juno and you see that there's this weird effect where each and every one of Juno's furs are glowing. And her tails are extended out at full length around her like a sphere. And you look and you realize that neither of you are actually touching the ground right now. You're both about 3 inches off the floor. And you see between you, there is this glowing, radiant bond that is binding the two of you together. And Juno, you have plenty of more life-giving energy too.
Oh. Time to heal some plague victims.
What if we try?
Nope, you just muted.
I'm so sorry. I realized I said something and then I wasn't muted, and I was like, "Oh shit, they can hear me," so I muted myself.
It's better than
Sorry.
What if? Could we try to cure the source of the plague?
I don't know.
What if we try?
It's definitely worth a shot. Normally, I would say that's beyond what I can do, but clearly what I've just done is already far beyond anything I could ever do thanks to you. I really don't know what's happening right here, right now.
Let's try.
Right now?
Yeah, this is what we got.
Can we fly? I've never flown before.
I don't know. Y'all want to find Thomas? Oh, y'all are levitating.
Yeah.
Mistress, you're flying now.
Oh, this is something. You wanna fly somewhere?
Let's go to like the strongest source of water supply.
Mm-hmm.
In
Yeah.
the city.
So you guys start floating through the city, and people look at you as you pass in awe. As you guys head to a water cistern, not where the plague started, but where it's centralized now, because much of the water comes from here. And as you approach, you see something that you've never seen before. It appears to be like a dark, invisible hand that is holding onto the water cistern here and applying pressure and pushing it down.
Hey, was
It's not visible in normal light.
Okay. Maybe we can move around it. Move it.
I mean, it's worth a shot.
Let's just pump it full of energy.
Yeah. I mean, what does the hand look like physically?
It is a sleek hand that looks weird because it doesn't have knuckles or joints, but it's bent in those places. Almost looks like a pale off-white glove. It is the color of sickness and death. And Juno, you recognize this hand from your conversation with the plague.
Okay.
This is the hand, disembodied, covering this fountain.
All right. We're fighting the plague right now. But
So
I think we might have a god on our side.
Oh.
Maybe.
So you're
So
saying...
let's work like we do.
So I should stab the hand.
And use all of your healing radiant energy.
Do you think healing would work or radiant?
I think healing.
Healing. Well.
Let's heal. Let's heal the plague.
Okay. So I will float on to the hand and use 49 points of lay on hands.
Juno, try to extend it.
And the life energy that you have already accumulated from your successful extensions already, the hand that is very clearly illness starts to shrink and shrivel. It's a momentary like horror because it looks very similar to Juno's body not that long ago. But it keeps going, and then it dissipates and disappears entirely. And you hear a voice. Juno, you recognize this voice. It's Plague. And it says, well, where did you get the power of intent? You look behind you, and you see Plague, this figure with this sideways mouth, and its entire left arm is a twig, and it looks at you. You're still glowing.
As per the book that I've been working on with Alum, I will bow and say, you are still unbound, great God.
That is not an answer to my question, but you do not wish to push this forward further? Escalate the conflict? I'd rather not, but I just wanted to make sure that you were okay with that. And he looks at Kaz, and then you.
I just look at Juno.
I want to stress that his face splits and comes back together when he talks because his mouth is sideways.
Yeah, I just look at Juno, look at my sword, and then look at Juno, waiting for direction.
Get him.
Yeah. I don't think we need to escalate the conflict. I think you can do your work at another time and place.
Great. Don't really want to go up against that whole mess right now.
If they say they don't want to, that makes me kind of...
Thanks for everything. I don't need to...
Okay. I was just gonna look at girls. Do you wanna?
Should we? Yes, we should.
I'm leaving it in Kaz's.
Oh, don't do that.
Do that.
Hey, so if we let you go, are you saying you're gonna do this whole mess again?
Oh, sure, but I've feasted enough. I'm not for 600-700 years.
All right.
Don't really like that.
But
I can negotiate. Is there a length of time that would work for you?
Well, to be honest with you, I would prefer never. How about you make it a cool 1,000?
Yeah, roll an intimidation check.
Okay. That's interestingly intimidating.
If it fails, just get his ass.
21.
1,000 it is. Deal.
Okay.
I'm gonna go now.
and
Deals are binding. I know.
yes, oh, I know, but thank you for giving my friend some measure of happiness.
Sure. Hey. I'm a good guy. Happiness. That's what I deal in.
Exactly. I thought you would like that.
Yes.
She'll wave bye.
And he turns and starts walking away through the air and disappears. You feel the energy of life draining from you.
Oh, we should get to ground.
We should get to ground right now.
I kind of did not want to let them go, but at the same time,
Look, the plague is a natural thing, just like the wind and the ocean is a natural thing.
I guess. Oh, I hope it wasn't a mistake, and if it was, there's 1,000 years for the next group of whatever we are to fix that.
And, I don't know if it was a god. I think it was us.
Are you sure?
I think so.
I mean, I don't know, man. Like, usually when something cool and, like, empowering like that happens, it comes after you do something, that's, like, very heroic and noble. And I feel I'm not getting that sense from me, at least, myself.
Well, gods like to be known. I mean, look at the last one.
Yeah, I wonder, but I can't say I'm ungrateful.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hug you again. And I think as they float back down, she's gonna just do a flying hug.
Yeah, and when we land, I just like spin in circles.
You land, and a crowd of people have circled and are staring in awe.
Oh no, not more publicity.
And that's where we're going to stop today's session.
Yes!
Meanwhile, in Mella's neighborhood, Kaz!
No, that's where it really should end.
That's good. Yeah, that's our post-credit teaser. So let's toss out some experience points here.
Holy shit.
Holy
shit.
Did you learn something about Magli, his conspirators, or his servants?
Well,
Did
I don't know.
Maybe not. What happens?
Well,
Yeah, I mean, I didn't.
I would give partial credit to. I'll give credit to this to Thomas for learning that Zola is like opposed to Magli philosophically, but also pseudo in line with him. Right? She's not a conspirator in the sense of she works for him, but she is like a vaguely ally-ish that will need to be convinced to not be on his side. Yeah.
Okay.
That reason?
Yeah, because that was definitely news to me. I thought she was more of a firebrand than that, but maybe not such a kindred spirit after all.
Yeah. Okay. Did you express your character's class, species, or background in a meaningful, impactful way? Please feel free to nominate each other.
Where to begin? Juno for breaking the universe, or Kaz for bringing back a man from the dead. We're going to ignore she was also the start of it. And also healing the city of plague, paladin style.
Well, I want to nominate Juno, because that wouldn't have been possible without her.
That is definitely true.
Oh my god.
Like when you start rewriting the rules of magic, figuring out how things actually work.
Wizards are cool, man.
Yeah, studying.
Juno, do you want to nominate Thomas?
Oh yeah, totally. The background being a priest, hold all of that off.
Very true. Playing to that in a high and excellent way. Okay, Thomas, did you overcome a meaningful obstacle or impediment to your character? This can be personal growth, knowledge, or defeating something.
It was definitely really difficult for him to have that conversation, but it wasn't like he could just peace out. So he was kind of like up to the edge of the cliff on it anyway. And now he's more vulnerable, and he knows that he's probably going to have to be on his behavior when / if they return. But it was not easy.
Yeah, definitely. And follow up, Kaz. Did you overcome a meaningful obstacle or impediment?
I don't think so this time.
What criteria do you have? Sorry.
I mean, the healing, of course, but more than that, like, I cannot stress enough how much being being perceived, how uncomfortable that is for Kaz.
Yeah, literally. I think that's totally it is. And you roleplayed that out, and I really enjoyed it. So thank you very much for sharing that with me.
Did you just get an experience point from the mortifying ordeal of being known?
Yes.
Yes, you did. And Juno.
I definitely learned some things.
Yeah.
I'd say, yeah, doing the magic of intent and letting the plague go.
Yeah.
Between those two.
Sounds good to me. And let's check on those beliefs. Thomas, did you accomplish your belief?
Yes, he did.
Excellent. Juno, did you accomplish your belief?
I worked towards it.
You worked towards it. I'll give you credit for that. And Kaz, did you accomplish your belief?
Sure did.
Sure did. I feel like I should hand out some bonus experience points if people are okay with that.
It's really funny because last time it was Thomas and Solon that pushed us over the edge to that, and this time it's literally Juno and Kaz.
The story goes where you guys take it. I don't have that much control over here. Okay, are you guys comfortable with taking some bonus experience? Is that reason?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to hand out bonus experience for beginning to discover the magic of intent, whatever that is. And I'm going to give some bonus experience for healing the plague as well. Not to mention yourself. And if I'm not mistaken, yep, wow, level up, people.
No way.
Is that level 11?
Yeah.
Level 11.
Oh my god.
Sick.
There you go,
but this
guys.
Isn't Dragon Age, so we can't be level 11 level-ins. Which is my favorite thing to say.
Totally understand that. Well, guys, thank you so much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. I want to see what happens next. So come check it out next week. Or check out some of our other content. We've got our Thursday morning shows, which is dealing with space aliens landing and undead armies forming. We've got this show, which is our anti-fascist and weird magic show. And then we've got our Sunday show, which I don't even know what they are anymore. They're going in their own direction, but right now they're coming over
here.
And we're going to figure out how all that works out as well. And maybe look for a special guest star from this show on that show. Who knows? We'll find out. Okay, everyone. Go live good and happy lives. Don't forget the most important things that I can suggest to you. Always tell your cat and feed your mom. Oh.